KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Surf is the only way I say music in the ocean day by day. I surf all day, play music all night, and I just can't wait till the morning light to go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, surf. I check all the island breaks I know, but the place I go is the Kaiser boat. I surf with all the guys on the side of surf crew. Emotion, Bob and Dennis too. We all surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, surf. Waimea, Pipeline, Sunset, Haleiwa, and New Zealand. Barbados, Rock Miles, the Alamoana, and the Kaiser go. Everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, surf. Once you learn all the radical moves, I know it will put you in the groove. Go off the lip and into the tube. If you can do it, so can you. So go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, surf. Surf will never ever die, 'cause the feeling makes me fly so high. My love for surf is very strong, so the ocean is where I belong. We go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, surf. Waimea, Sunset, Pipeline, Haleiwa, and New Zealand. Barbados, Rock Miles, the Alamoana, and the Kaiser boat. Everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf. Ooh, ah, ooh, surf, everybody go surf.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Says she wanna go my way. Why don't you sit here with me, darling? Says she wanna run away. I know things get a little crazy. But don't you know you're beautiful? Why don't you share some beauty, baby? So pretty when you smile, girl. Don't let that smile fade away, babe. 'Cause I don't lose you. I don't lose you. I don't want to lose you. ocean. Don't you know the sunrise? Now that's a promise to your lady. And now you feel today will soon pass before the next day. Don't you know you're beautiful? Why don't you share some beauty, baby? So pretty when you smile, girl. Don't let that smile fade away, baby. Cause I don't lose you. No, I don't lose you. I don't lose you. I don't lose you.
Rosinya uli, Rosinya uli, di sombranza te saluda, antes Dio te saluda, antes Dio niga, razzaus and malak estrezas, durante in todo in memu, a nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak Guafi ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big isla Empire Paraiona Parai Gloria a big isla Empire aufruhen, sus protest Landon. Lots of pretty women steals your money and they break your heart. Lonesome Sue, she's in love with old Sam, taken from the fire into the frying pan. On and on, I just keep on trying, and his smile, she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on.
Say now come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lonesome Jimmy sits alone in the moonlight, saw his woman kiss another man, and he takes the ladder, takes the stars from the sky, put on Sinatra and starts to cry. On and on, I just keep on trying, and his smile, and she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on, yeah.
feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall.
Well, it's my first time and the last time. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Oh, baby, you know it. Show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say oohs and a whine.
Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a feet just say now. Let your teardrops fall.
I've got the sun on my shoulders and my toes in the sand, and my woman left me for another man. Oh, but I don't worry, I just sit and relax, toss out my heart, see where it lands on and on. I just keep on trying, and it's mine. It feels like crying.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Good one,
Thank you, brother.
Matt. Okay, can we just let the cat right out of the bag
Oh.
right now?
Yeah,
The man is wearing shorts today on a
I
day
am.
when it's raining.
I am wearing shorts
You
today.
never wear
Oh,
shorts.
come on,
I mean,
Joe, really?
you're Mr. Zori's, but there you go. Get a shot of those knobby
Yeah.
knees
Nobby.
and those hairy shins. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with little hair. Morning. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for that. Really wanted the whole island to know I wore shorts to work today. On a rainy day. It's rainy Monday. It's raining cats and good logos out there. It's Palaxi the Maxi.
And well, you can probably hear if you mute your mic just for a moment, everybody watching us, or mute your speakers, I should say, and just kind of like direct your ears out to the direction of Harmon.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear applause and you can hear this celebratory, sound rising. That's the grass.
Yeah. Grass needs it.
Yeah, the road not so much. The
Yep.
road is saying, yeah, I'm a little bit slippery this morning, so please everyone take care. But the
That
grass
is-
is like, finally, after a week and a half.
Thank you for telling us what the road is saying this morning, Jay.
That's what I'm here for.
The road is like, hey, guys, take it easy. I'm really wet and slippery this morning.
I am the road whisperer.
It's very slick out here. You could just slide all over the place on me because I'm just so wet. What? Good. Moss mite. Soaked.
You know what's one? Now that I think about it, like when I was going to church in Ordit for
Yeah.
a few years, whenever I would come out and where Shinny's is now, like that little business complex there.
Right.
Whenever I would come out of Ordit and then take a left heading towards Sinahanya, I would always slip on that road if it was a little bit like wet. I think there's oil on the road or
Yep. That's that one slick. That's like the same stuff as an EPAN, I think.
Near
EPAN,
Just
the road
Pirates
is
Cove, yeah.
very slippery, yeah. Hey, good morning, by the way, guys. Good morning. It's Monday already. I know, dude. What happened to the weekend?
It was a good weekend. We had a lot of stories. We had a lot of interesting exhibits. You did some stuff. I did some stuff.
Yep, we're doing Dirty Politics link on location this morning on the link. By the way, good morning. It's Monday, April 26th, brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, Carrier from Aircon Babies. Let that Aircon run. You know it's going to be hot later. IT&E, Jack in the Box, and East West Rental at 621. It's Monday, April 26th episode of The Link. Good morning. Here's what's coming up on the show, Jay. We'll do work week weather, which is brought to you by Docomo Pacific with Landon and I of the National Weather Service. Ooh, can you send him the link? I forgot to send him the link.
Landon, yeah. Okay, Link Fam already strong presence in the comments. Maggie Monroe Anderson is saying, "I'm loving the rain and thunder this morning." Was it thundering when you got up?
It was lightning when I walked out. The first thing I
lightning.
saw was lightning. Yep. Or like my cousins say, they heard the lightning.
Roberto Fraccassini, I'm not sure, Signore, if you'll be able to take your morning run. Well, maybe. Just please do be safe. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the guest list.
Oh, the rundown?
Yeah,
Okay.
right there. Oh, it's right here. Sorry. Guys, so many papers. Oh, my God. What am I going to do with all these papers everywhere? Yeah, good morning. So, obviously, there was a whole lot that happened on Friday, and we're lining up people to come in this morning and maybe update us. I know that from what Dr. Hoa Wen was telling me last night is that they still got to run the results for a lot of the Subaki and A-Class Lounge staff that they had tested over the weekend. So I reached out to Chimo Mbakwim, the acting chief public health officer, for him to come on and do a little update here.
And if you happen to be in one of those groups, either from someone that went to the A-Class Lounge, or you work there, or you work or were at the Subaki Tower, testing continues tomorrow at the Carnival Fairgrounds in Tijan. Just FYI, I'm going to get into that in a little bit.
Also, from Dr. Wen, he says that Johnson & Johnson, the vaccine has been approved, and they're looking for public health to give clearance for the clinics, at least, to resume its use. It should be sometime this week. He also writes, we're waiting for the results of all PCR tests done for Subaki and basketball game cluster done on Friday and Saturday. Those results, according to Dr. Wen, should be released today.
Yeah, I ran into Dr. Felix Cabrera because, I shot the I went over to the United cargo terminal on Saturday, and I shot because his wife runs the Boonie Flight Project. Amazing event, first of all, and everything. So, Lauren, great job. And then, Dr. Cabrera was there, and he's like, hey, I'm just working for the boss, right? So he's taking pictures and everything. And then he just told me, he's like, yeah, the Johnson & Johnson stuff is, we should have some announcement like soon. But, he was very pleased at that.
What do you guys think, though?
You mean like, would I get it at this point?
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, would you? Nope.
If they lifted it, I have faith in science.
Yeah.
I believe in science. I would.
You would take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's cleared already, because now they realize that there was like a little bit of a hiccup in the beginning, and then they've done like exhaustive tests. I actually saw that like on the newswire this morning that the CDC is I don't know if they've officially lifted it yet, but they said they've gone through it and like they've done their quality checks.
All right, so there you go. And it's just been one thing after another with this Johnson & Johnson vaccine. You talk to the old church ladies, they say it's cursed. That's what they say. I'm just telling you what they're saying, because of the use of the the involvement of the and it's really no laughing matter. The aborted baby fetus, right, sir? Okay. So 625. Yeah, I don't know. Pat the half. I think we're at like 60,000 vaccinated.
Yeah, the number has gone over 60K now. And again, so the path to half plan was to have, was it 51% of Guam's adult population fully vaccinated?
Yeah.
And again, Guam's population is, let's just call it an even 160,000. That includes people that aren't technically adults, so 17 and younger, and that also includes Department of Defense, our friends in the military, and contractors and whatnot who live here, who aren't permanent residents and who aren't adults and everything. So 60,000 out of that subset is pretty good.
Not bad at all. In fact,
and we've got until Friday to see if we can hit the mark.
Yeah. You talk to anybody out in the states, the vaccination has definitely not been as smooth as it has on Guam. So commend everybody with public health who's worked so hard to do these clinics. Also, the National Guard has done a great job up at the University of Guam, Cabo Fieldhouse. It hasn't been without some bumps in the road, but with such a massive undertaking, I think that's to be expected. Does that mean it's any less frustrating for people who are experiencing these bumps in the roads? Oh, hell no. Of course not. But overall, it's to be commended that we've been able to put, as Dr. Cabrera said, this many shots in this many arms, 627. Also coming up on the show this morning, We're getting Terry Uggan of the Department of Public Health Social Services. He's the deputy. Kind of catch up a little bit on CPS. Melanie Brennan was supposed to come on, but she had some last-minute issues. So we're getting Terry Uggan. Also, Chima Mbakwam, like I said, the acting chief public health officer. Maria Pangolina, the Guam Election Commission. 102 people have failed to turn in their financial disclosure statements with the Guam election. Yeah, it's a lot.
Wait, 102.
102. Yeah.
I mean, normally, whether it's an election
Normally,
year or not,
Jay, it's like 1 or 2.
yeah, and on a really bad year, it would maybe be like a dozen.
Right. But
102.
Yeah, son of
And
day.
these are people who have run for public office.
It's I believe
commissions,
boards and
commissioners.
commissioners. Yeah. So we'll get Miss Maria. She's a mass right now, so
Does it have to be agency directors as well?
we'll find out from Miss Maria when she gets out of mass. Also, Department of Agriculture update. I know that they're processing the fisheries relief paycheck or checks from the CARES Act.
And they're happy for the rain right now, I'm
right.
sure.
Yeah. And so we're getting, with Department of Ag, it's like you don't just get one. It's a 3-fer, a 4-fer. We get whole updates. So we're just going to go around robin with a bunch of people, different division heads. 9 o'clock. Let's hop on a plane up to the CNMI and catch up with the CNMI governor's office, Kevin Bautista, on the show. And then this year, congratulations to 2021 Guam Department of Education Teacher of the Year, Dr. Benji Santiago, of course. You guys know him from Natibu, and he's a
or from Paradise Fitness,
or from Paradise
or
Fitness.
from the PIC cultural show, or from
or
UOG.
from being a GDOE teacher.
Yeah.
So he was able to snag the Teacher of the Year award. We've got his speech that we'll play for you coming up on the show.
I hosted the Teacher of the Year ceremony last night, and it was amazing. It was a lot of positivity there. But I've known Benji since UOG and everything like that. He was awestruck that he was named Teacher of the Year. I mean, he said he was completely unprepared, and in fact, he actually was making up like posters to congratulate his fellow finalists, whoever it was, and everything like that. But I mean, he actually said, he goes, by no means am I any better than any of the other 5 here and everything like that. So he actually said he would like to share the honor with them.
And then we've got a couple of cool interviews that Jason was able to do.
Yeah, over the weekend, you may have seen it because we ran it on Facebook. It's up on YouTube. But the St. John's School Japanese Club, speaking of a group that very humbly did not expect to take a victory as much as they did, the Japanese club, they entered the 2021 Digital Japan Bowl, which is not just a competition about knowing the Japanese language and sentence structure and everything like that, but you have to actually speak, Chris, in context about Japanese things. So they were asking them about anime and about Japanese history.
Oh, wow. Is that how you say it?
Anime? Yeah.
Anime?
Right, sir?
Anime.
Oh, the anime?
Yeah.
The anime?
It's anime, Jay. There's no little circle on top of the A.
I think about anime, and I think about like my cousin from the States. It's like, hey, Jasper?
Am I just missing the whole
Anime?
God, I'm probably going to piss a lot of people off, but I just don't get the whole anime thing, sir. I don't know.
No, you've never seen like those ones where like
I get my boy's super into Naruto right now, and I tried to watch with him, and I'm so lost.
I guess it's stylistically, it's like it's a thing, yeah. But you either get it or you don't.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I aged out.
Then again, like what cartoons would you try and show like your kids, and they'd be like, "God, Dad, this is like lame." Like they could never get into it. Like,
well, hello, Tom and Jerry, the Roadrunner. Those are classic.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay.
Drop a rock on people's heads,
and then hold up like the Acme flag, right?
Yeah.
What cartoons from our youth would you say like contributed to your work as a comedian?
Yeah, what I just told you.
Yeah, because like I mean, if you look at like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, that was vaudeville.
Yeah, slapstick.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Keystone Cops and
Animaniacs was also a good one.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I wasn't a real big Animaniacs, even though in the Animaniacs song they mention Guam. Remember that?
They do. Yeah.
And Guam.
Yep.
But of course you can't mention Pepe Le Pew anymore because apparently he has been canceled. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And it's because he was just making unwanted advances on all the. This is animation, by the way. It's not real life.
Yeah.
Guys, it's not real life.
He was making unwanted advances on the cat who always like got paint poured like down her back, and then it was like, oh, okay, well he thinks she's like a fellow skunk, and then so Twitter got upset and complained to Disney, and then Disney being Disney said, okay, we're going to take that out of
Is he at
Space Jam
Disney?
with LeBron.
Oh, really? Dang. Happy Le
Oh, no, I'm
Pew.
sorry, Warner Brothers. Disney. Yeah, Warner Brothers.
Yep.
So,
Oh, there you go. I don't know. I felt like it served as an example of how not to be,
exactly.
right?
But, you know, the only one I didn't really, the cartoon I could not get into, you mentioned Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry was, like, way too violent. And I've got a sick and twisted
bro,
sense of humor.
Wile E. Coyote wasn't violent to you?
I mean, it was, well, yeah, a good point. But, I mean, it was funny to me. And, you know, like, the joke was always like, you know, okay, you fall, and then you see you falling, like, poof.
Yeah.
Off the side of a cliff.
So it was
But, I mean,
exaggerated
But Tom and
violence.
Jerry was, you know, like, he took a push mower and, like, ran it over the dude's tongue or, like, something like that. It's like, whoa, yeah. Or, you know, like...
It's funny. Right? That's funny right there.
But I mean, if you look at it like...
Somebody bush cuttering someone's head, that winner.
And if you look at it like the Flintstones was basically an animated version of the Honeymooners.
Right, yeah. That was another one of my favorites. Of course. How could you not
Flintstones?
like the Flint? Imagine the causes on Fred Flintstone, right? From running his feet all the time.
You know what I've always also... Okay, since you bring it up.
Oh.
Remember that movie, and everybody knows this, right? Rapa Nui?
Yeah.
The movie Rapa Nui. I swear, with the actor Isai Morales, shout out to Isai Morales, one of these days, he is going to be an actor who's going to win, like, the Academy Award for Best Portrayal of a Chamorro. He will do that someday. But remember on Rapa Nui, they ran around, like, on the limestone, on the coral, like, barefoot. I was like, I can't see.
Where was all ooh, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh. Because like you try and do that on Guam, dude. We got the sharp one,
Yeah.
right? Hey, it's 6:33, guys. Yes, there was some clusters that happened on Friday, of course. We're trying to round up that information. I reached out to public health over the weekend because, you know, anytime they come out big, and they came out big on Friday, they were like, hey, this is what we need. Hey, everybody who was here. Everybody was at the Subaki Tower, dined at the restaurants from April 14th to April 18th. Anyone who was a patron or staff at A-Class Lounge from April 7th onwards. It was huge. I was really thinking about it over the weekend. Everybody who went to that bar from April 7th on. I mean, that's way back. And the potential for the spread of the virus, which, you know, we haven't seen in the results, it's crazy. Well, we'll see where they're at and what they need to do. Because I don't think they can come out Friday and then everything's just going to die off by the weekend. So we'll catch up and find out exactly
I'm going to
where
read you what the numbers are and everything
Right,
like that.
yeah.
So it's interesting. Oh, real quick, though, Debbie Davis goes, a comment to the Pepe Le Pew thing. People get so butthurt over a damn skunk. Get real. And that's a mama bear talking about a skunk.
Hey, good morning, Facebook Live, by the way. Rosemary Laguardia, first one in. Good morning, team, with 3 thumbs up and 3
We
prayer
love Rosemary.
emojis.
First in, last out.
Ben and Luan Duenas, Buenas, Rodolfo Jr., Burger King in the house. Good morning, Hafa Day. Oh, Whopper sounds good right now. Relap, Rehook, Hafa Day Guam from La Grande, Oregon. Or La Grande.
Oh, no, that's
LaGrange.
That's LaGrange.
Yeah.
That's in Texas.
Emma Olalia, good morning. Have a great day. Be safe.
Texas town, not an Oregon town.
Chamarita Rages, Hafa Day, good morning. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, KUAM, Guam, CNMI from the rainy hillside of Sinahanya.
So Joe Sir also got a shout out from Germany. Where's that? Baumhauser?
Yeah.
Nice.
Bev Test, J.
Be
Solis,
safe out there.
Chalampago chiming in. Buenas familia KUAMs and Toto Marianas. Tomas Manglotny II. Good morning, KUAM fam.
Hey, Tomas.
Naomi Titano watching from Gigo. Good morning, Guam. Guam guy, good afternoon from Vero Beach, Florida. And then,
Ooh.
you're right, Liberty Joy Baker Farron watching from Baumholder, Germany. Bumholder.
When is
What is that in English, bumholder?
you can go a lot of different ways with
You
that.
could. You
Okay,
could.
have you ever? I know in Germany, right? Because a couple of our productions guys in the back served in the military, and they were stationed in Germany. But have you ever actually tried room temperature beer, like in like a cold country?
Nope.
They said it's actually quite an experience.
Yeah,
Well, where you don't have to chill it because like it's
because it's cold. It's
Yeah.
snowing, right? Maggie Monroe Anderson, happy Monday. Loving the rain and thunder this morning.
There you
Yes.
go.
You know what they say? Thunder only happens when it's raining.
I know Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham and
Probably going to send me a bill for
Christine McVie and John McVie and McFleetwood said that.
Fleetwood Mac, guys. Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Anita Blas McHale, Roadrunners in the house.
Millennials are like, what are you guys talking about?
Roberto, no, because that song Fleetwood Mac, Dreams, went viral with the guy drinking the cranberry juice.
Okay, yeah, okay. Shout out right now to 420 Dog. That's his name, like on TikTok. I remember when that happened.
420
And
Dog.
did you know that the Ocean Spray Corporation actually gave him a truck full of Ocean Spray for that?
Yep. He'll never have another UTI again.
Yeah.
What do we got? Roberto Francassini writes in Buongiorno, Guam. Jan Feggergrit, good morning. Happy Monday. Patricia Anatolic, plants are happy. Amen.
Yes.
Very nice shorts and Crocs from Chamarita Regis.
I have a question, sir.
It won't matter as long as you have the news. Yes.
Since we were mentioning, she was mentioning plants, and we've got the Department of Agriculture coming on, very apropos. Yeah. Do we still have sleeping grass on Guam?
Yes, trust me, we do.
Really?
I was knee deep in sleeping grass this weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
I used to see sleeping grass all. I grew up in Denver.
You don't get out much, that's why.
No, but I mean, you run your hand, and I always thought, I was like, okay, is that what a Venus flytrap is? When I was a kid, right?
That's the Guam Venus flytrap.
I haven't seen sleeping grass in years, bro.
Yeah, it's still out there. Trust me.
We still have it, really?
Yeah, come look at my shins.
Well, you're showing them off today with those shorts.
Roberto Francassini writes, actually, I'm going swimming in this weather. Very good.
Oh, nice.
Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, happy Hoffaday. Good morning. Chris, Jason, Joser, all on Guam. Julie Kenga, John Farnham. Good morning, Guam. Good morning on you. Debbie writes in, y'all have done much better than stateside with vaccinations. Kudos to you all on Guam.
Okay. Well, Tomas, who was just joining us in the comments, just sent me a message on Snapchat. He just signed up for Snapchat, and he's getting quite good, I must say. But he sent me this picture. Check it out, you guys.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, I'm traveling for my thesis doc, watching at the airport at SeaTac Airport in Seattle.
Right on.
So he's actually watching that. So
that's Jason's old hometown.
Yeah. I stayed there for a hot minute. Hey, Tomas, good luck with your thesis, man.
Yeah, good luck, my friend. George Salas
Everybody
Jr.
wish Tomas good luck, man. He's
Good
a
luck,
really
my
good
friend.
kid.
George Salas Jr. Buenas from Tacoma, Washington.
Hey, there you go.
Lorraine S. Paris Hoffaday from Stockton, California. Sleeping grass in Jamaica is called Shy Lady.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
John Bucat writes, good morning, Chris, Jason, and Joe, sir.
But our sleeping grass actually, yeah, like you said, I mean, like has it got like little
It's
barbs
got little
on it?
thorns on it, dude.
Yeah.
Yep. I have a childhood memory I'm going to share with you guys that involves sleeping grass, and then
here
we'll
we
get
go.
on to the news. Because, my grandma used to stay in Petey. Shout out Mayor Alec. Get well soon. He can't make it today, guys. Mayor Alec's not feeling well.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Feel better, Mayor.
So way back, there was an accident, a really bad accident that was at the intersection of the USO, the power plant. And I remember we used to go and walk over the power plant and sell empanada and donuts for my grandma. And I remember coming back on the scene of that accident and seeing someone had been ejected from the vehicle, and they were like laying near the island with blood. And I remember that I broke my Zori and I had to step over the island. And when I did, I stepped on sleeping grass right on the thorns, and I looked down and the grass just like went to sleep. And yeah, that was it.
No, I can see where sleeping grass also has a tendency to clump up, right? Like if you never just see one sleeping grass by itself. I mean, if you see one, there's hundreds of them.
Yes, exactly.
It's like the crown of thorn starfish. It's like all over the place.
And I mean, it doesn't just grow low; it grows high.
Now that I've never seen. Every bit of sleeping grass I've ever seen is like really, really low to the ground.
Yeah, Claudine writes, Jason, there is sleeping grass on Navy Base Guam.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't need to go on base though to see sleeping grass. I'll take you right out here.
Okay, what's worse? Link fam, you got to help me out on this one. What is worse when you're playing outside, right? Chris nailed it. I don't get out much, but when I did get out, and when I would like play football with like my neighbors or my cousins, like what's worse, getting tackled on sleeping grass or getting tackled on Japanese grass?
Sleeping grass.
Japanese grass hurts too.
Yeah, but sleeping grass has the little thorns. There you go. That's your question for the day, guys.
Or just getting tackled like in Jigo red dirt, and then you see like those little when the fire ants like come out.
How about getting tackled in rocky Epan?
Ouch.
Hard grass. Yep, Cowboys.
Yep.
6:42,
Southern
guys.
Cowboys.
Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Right here on the link, our multimedia broadcast extravaganza for the off-island Sabrina Salas Matanani with the very latest. Jason Salas. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning and Hafa Day, everybody. Top story this morning, not about sleeping grass, but about the numbers that the Joint Information Center did report, because as of last night, none new COVID-19 cases were confirmed out of 332 tests performed on Saturday. To date, there have been a total of 7,915 officially reported coronavirus cases since last March, with 136 deaths. 67 cases are currently active. 7,712 people have recovered. 3 people, your fellow Guamanians, are currently in the hospital. Guam's CAR score remains for the third straight day at 1.0. There are in total 121,199 people on Guam that have been vaccinated. Breaking that number down, over 60,000, as we said, have received their first dose, and better than 52,000 have been fully vaccinated. Well, it is day 2, as we reported on Instagram last night, of a search for 55-year-old Kenneth Bigby. Today would be day 3. Bigby was last seen Friday morning, and efforts have been focused around the Tangisan Beach area, where he was known to frequent, and he may have ventured into the waters to dive. GFD, as we reported, was expanding their search yesterday north of Tangisan to Shark's Hole and Agua Cove, and they are expected to resume early today. We will get you up to speed on that. So please, if you have any information about the whereabouts of Kenneth Bigby, he is a 55-year-old gentleman, please contact the Guam Police Department. Their number is always 477-911. Well, it is a great day to be a pirate, as Chris said, as Agata I. Johnston Middle School's own Dr. Benji Santiago was named last night the 2021 GDOE Teacher of the Year in our live stream ceremony. The veteran of our local public school system, Dr. Santiago is an instructor of cultural dance and journalism at the Ordet Chalampago campus, and during last night's celebration, he was overwhelmed and graciously wanted to share the honors with all 6 finalists. Here is the big reveal from last night at the ceremony.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all, as a community, been waiting for. And the winner of the 2021 Guam Department of Education Teacher of the Year is Dr. Benji Santiago from Agata Johnson Middle School. Congratulations, Dr. Santiago.
Are you sure?
Yes, yes, I'm very sure.
I actually made this sign for anybody else that was going to win, and I was just going to fill in their name. I was ready because I didn't think that. Oh man, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. It's a pleasant surprise. I feel like throwing up. Does that count?
Congratulations, Dr. B.
This was a long process, and I like you said, I wish it wasn't a Teacher of the Year, but Teachers of the Year. I really wanted to put Christina, Nashista, and Seth, and Van, and Michelle here. I just prayed to God, and I said, you know what? I would like to be the humble individual and surrender it to these young individuals, because I've been in the department for quite a while, but I know that you have a lot more under your belt, and even though I don't wear long sleeves, I have a few tricks under my sleeve, even though I've been with the department for 25 years. Man, you know, as an educator, you all agree, we try to teach our students just to do well so they can make their parents proud of them. And even at 50 years old, I want my parents to be proud of me. Mr. and Mrs. Benny Santiago, this is for you. And for my administrators, Dr. Perez, thank you so much. Miss Paulino, Mr. Joseph, the wonderful colleagues at Agata Johnson Middle School, my students. This is why I'm here, is because of them, and all of you will agree. This is why we're here. I know it's a difficult situation. I don't know if we could. I'm sorry. It's tough to celebrate in the midst of a difficult situation. Man, sendang ko na si Diyos mga ginini fundo ni corazon ho gina zuus ininasenyahu kinalamten minagahit uminding tanya agwaja. Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a very beautiful moment, Doc. I must ask you, one thing I found so amazing about your profile, if I may, is as a teacher of cultural dance and of journalism at Augusta Johnson, you teach expression as well as encouraging young minds to seek the truth.
Yeah, I sure do. And that, man, you hit the nail on the head. Woohoo for the electives, man. In the midst of this pandemic, I always preach about the affective domains of our students. We need to worry about how they feel, not really about the A. I'm sorry, Soup. I'm sorry. It's not about the grade right now. It's about how our students feel. Are they ready to come back here? It's about how our teachers feel. Are they ready to come back too? We need to take care of them. And really, 9 times out of 10, everyone relies on the electives to get those students back, whether it be to physically jump and run or sing or write or draw. Woohoo, electives.
Mm-hmm.
And congratulations to Dr. Benji Santiago once again. So the pirate community already live and well in our comment stream. Yeah. Congratulating. Benji's a really, really good friend of us here at KUM. So we congratulate him as well as all 6 finalists. In other news this morning, a Restaurant Revitalization Fund webinar will be held on May the 4th with updates from the U.S. Small Business Administration on how to apply for the funds. Very important news here. The fund was established, as you now know, to help restaurants and eligible businesses keep their doors open. The webinar is set for 10:30 a.m. on May the 4th. You can find the registration link on KUM.com. Please do participate in that. Now, speaking of places to eat, Longhorn Steakhouse has made its way to Guam and will be opening soon. And while the island's in the middle of the pandemic, it is seeking employees to help fire up the grill. Today, the eatery will be holding a job fair at their location in Tamuning near GPO from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. They will be hiring for different positions such as service assistants, bartenders, servers, cooks, dishwashers, and prep staff. And now let's go back to the newsroom where we check in with our own Tyler Matanani, who has a look at island news headlines on this rainy Monday morning. So please be safe if you're making your way around the island. Here's your link update.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. We are still not out of the woods. It is still everywhere around us. This is the message public health is sharing to the community as the department yet again takes on the huge task of case finding into the new clusters. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
One individual who played at the basketball game ended up in A lounge, in the class A lounge, and exposed the patrons of that establishment. So if you're looking at it, it is just one super spreader walking around
and transmitting the virus. As Governor Lulian Guerrero announced yesterday the identification of 2 known cluster groups, Cluster A being a basketball gathering at a Dededo residence on April 3rd, and Cluster B, a birthday party that occurred at a private residence on April 19th. Acting Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwe.
Now that we've had limited cases, we're doing what we usually do for every case, investigate.
Case-finding investigations are underway by the Department of Public Health to look for more potential positive cases and put a stop to the spread. From each of these clusters, there are multiple connections of positive cases linked. As Mbakwe explains how one connection, the Subaki Tower Hotel, has 84 employees determined as potential contacts and 961 patrons that they are encouraging to get tested.
The Subaki case is very unfortunate because the source was not the hotel. So I just need to make it clear. It was also a private event that happened to have 3 staff of the Subaki Hotel at that venue. So that is number one. Then number 2 is the large number of people that public health is asking to come out to get tested is because at this point, what we're trying to do is cast a wide net.
If you visited the hotel between April 14th to April 18th, Public Health is hosting free COVID-19 testing at the DPHSS Northern Region Community Health Center on Friday, April 23rd and Saturday, April 24th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. In addition, if you were a patron at A Class Lounge, which is a connection to Cluster A, on or after April 7th, stop by the northern site for free COVID testing. As for the other groups linked to the clusters,
so we have 7 people out there in the community that we don't have access to. that are exposed to that are exposed to a gathering that there was a possible transmission. So now it becomes individual responsibility on the part of those people giving us information to make sure that we get the right information to reach these people.
Mbakwen wants the community to understand that the new cases in these establishments falling victim are from individuals not following public health's guidance to safely congregate. And it all goes back to personal responsibility for individuals and establishments.
And then at the same time, the establishments have the right to stop patrons who are not adhering to this guidance to leave their establishments.
Another thing for certain is that no one wants to go back to where we were this time last year. Although Mbakwen says we are still on the path for reopening the island on May 1st.
Right now, we're not on the path to a surge. We're on the path to vaccination and getting the island ready for reopening. So we just need to assure people that if they continue following public health guidance, which is wearing their face mask properly, washing their hands, and also keeping safe distance, we'll be able to come out of this particular situation.
You can view Mbakwen's full interview with KUAM on our YouTube page. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Private clinics have been mobilized in response to the new clusters. According to Dr. Hoa Wen with the Governor's Physicians Group, the American Medical Center will be offering free testing to anyone potentially exposed to the clusters. Dr. Wen echoes that it's a personal responsibility to eliminate the spread of COVID.
It's all a personal responsibility. There's always going to have a basketball game. There's always going to have an event that you can sing or you can join your family or friends. Always, it's not the last one. So if you have any symptom, you just have to respect your friend, your colleague, and your community, and stay home and miss one event. It is not that big of a deal. We really ask for individuals to be responsible for their action and think about not themselves, but everyone around them.
A proclamation presentation ceremony was held Friday at Adelup to express sympathies on the untimely death of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Sanchez served from 2005 to 2009. Prior to his term, he was an officer with the Guam Police Department. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero spoke at the ceremony.
I come today here with the love and sympathy of a grateful people who are sharing in your grief and sorrow as we remember a well-respected defender and protector of law and order, a dedicated public servant, and a very proud son of Humata.
Sanchez was found bludgeoned and stabbed to death at the Umatic home of murder suspect Rudy Kanata last week. Kanata and his girlfriend Joyner Sked have been charged in the slaying. The late Mayor Sanchez is survived by his 4 children. He was 63. For Earth Month, Atkins Crow Inc. has organized a project to collect used car batteries with the Mayor's Council of Guam, and it launched last week. Isaiah Uggan has this report.
In efforts to keep our island's environment safe and clean, the Mayor's Council agreed to partner up with AK to gather used vehicle batteries. Each village mayor's office will receive $10 per battery turned into AK after the project wraps up in May. Mayor's Council of Guam President Jesse Alex says that the money provided will be used at the village mayor's discretion, whether it be for fuel, to service vehicles, maintenance, and bush cutting supplies. Alex wishes for a great turnout.
Batteries are, strewn all over the island in different places because they're real small and they can hide in the jungle, and so we're hoping that residents will be able to just come and speak with us and deliver their batteries to the offices instead of dumping them elsewhere.
Meanwhile, AK Business Development Director Ernie Galito says this partnership was organized to assist village mayors in maintaining our island environment.
To kind of promote not only sustainability but also recyclability. And so we'll be collecting all the batteries from the mayor's offices, and we'll send them to a collection center in the U.S., and they'll turn those batteries into discarded old batteries and recycle the parts, and hopefully they'll come back as brand new batteries on Guam.
With illegal dumping becoming a growing issue on Guam, Galito hopes this project will address that problem.
So this is our part of trying to bring awareness to recyclability for things such as car batteries, as well as protecting our island from any type of contaminants that might affect the water lens into public water.
Although the project is set to wind down in late May, AK's parts department will be accepting used car batteries Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Residents can drop off used batteries to their respective village mayor's office, but Mayor Alec advises that it's best to contact the mayor's office prior to dropping off. The last day to drop off batteries for northern villages is Thursday, May 20th, for central villages on Friday, May 21st, and on Saturday, May 22nd for southern villages. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Tyler. We got a special treat for you now because Kiona Rivera, who is an intern with us on our digital team, filed a very special report with, of course, April being Earth Month. And Kiona is going to teach you how to create a handy reusable bag with only two things, a t-shirt and a pair of scissors. Here's a report.
Happy day everyone, my name is Kiona Rivera and today I'm going to show you how to make a reusable bag out of a t-shirt. So for this project, you're going to need just two items. First is your pair of t-shirt, your cotton t-shirt, and your scissors. Okay, now let's get started. You're going to want to make sure that your t-shirt is laid out flat on a surface and you're going to fold your t-shirt vertically in half. Again, making sure that there are no creases and everything is laid out evenly so that you can avoid making uneven cuts. Now you're going to want to start off to align your t-shirt along the underarm part of the shirt, aligning it just up to the collar part, and you're going to create a semicircle in half. Okay, and now that you have this scrap of t-shirt away, you can always just reuse it to wipe down anything you have on your kitchen or your living room floor or anything in general. And your next step, you're going to technically want to remove the sleeve of your t-shirt. So again, you're going to start off on the underarm part of the t-shirt, cutting off that sleeve. Now that you cut off the sleeves of your shirt, you're going to head on to the bottom of your t-shirt and you are going to cut just at least 1 to 2 inch off the bottom part, cutting it horizontally all the way across the t-shirt. And so this piece, you're actually going to save it for later so that way we can use it to add a little feature on our handle of our bag. And now you're going to open your bag up and you should see that it kind of forms a somewhat bag right now. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head on to the bottom and we're going to create the base of the t-shirt. So you're going to cut at least 3 to 4 vertical fringes or little pieces that will go all the way across the t-shirt. And now that you've cut up all these little fringes right on top of each other, you're going to go ahead and tie each piece together, and this is creating how strong you want your shirt to be. So you can double tie it or triple tie it, but depending on what you want to put in this bag, that's how much you want to keep tying your shirt. So this again creates how sturdy it's going to be and just creating that basis or that closing of your reusable bag. And now that you have all your fringes tied together, you're gonna go back to that strap we took earlier, and you're gonna tie it on your 2 straps on the bottom of your t-shirt. This here just creates that little tie or that little bow tie to add more support to your bag, so that way you could carry it easily and have it across your shoulder or on your arm. And your t-shirt should now start looking like this, and it should now be a functioning reusable bag. And there you have it. If you don't want the fringes to show, you can always turn it inside out, or if you don't want any logos to show, you can always turn your bag inside out and it should still have the same concept. And now you can always use this to put in your pocket or put in your car. It's really just an effective way to start reusing bags and reducing single-use plastic. So now I hope you can say that you're taking one step into saving your environment today. We'd like to see what you all come up with, and if you do, share it with us and we will give you these bags for free.
There you go. Good job, Kiona, on that DIY project. I'm going to try that, Chris. I'm going to try making that.
Yep. Time to go through the Bahaki and see what we got there for reusable bag.
Yeah, I think I may have like 2 or 3 shirts that like I haven't worn in years.
Just a couple. I'm going to do one of my 5K shirts. Guys, 7:03, we're KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam, coming back with Public Health CPS, Child Protective Services, next, right here on the link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Catero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the Vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
Matala, Surf the Bay, 709. This is the link. Good morning, East West Rental. Good morning, East West Rental. Up and at 'em. Monday projects, let's do it. Carrier from Aircon Babies. Keep it cool. Cool morning here. Walked out to Lightning this morning. Raining cats and galagos in our beautiful Hutman studios. Please, guys, watch the road. It is Palaxi to the Maxi. And I know there's just been so much traffic out there lately. Maybe we're not used to it, right? Having come out of a lockdown. So maybe you're just not ready for all this traffic out there. So just be mindful. Adai Talon, and it's going to be slippery this morning. Please, just saw a car speeding by here. So be safe, guys. 710, also brought to you by IT&E, Calvo Enterprises. And Jack in the Box. Good morning, Jack in the Box. What's it going to be for a Monday? I say we start the week with some curly fries. Never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box. The newest $3 sauce and loaded curly fries with new slow smoked bacon. Available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. 710. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room on the link, where we have standing by the Deputy of Public Health under Social Services, Terry Uggan, and Mayfei Moiko of the Child Protective Services here. Good morning. Good morning, Mayfei.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think Terry probably went to go grab a cup of coffee. Oh, there you are. Hi, Terry.
I'm here.
Good morning.
I'm here.
Right
Good
on.
morning.
Good morning. So thanks for joining us. Just a little update on, I guess, CPS. And I know that Melanie is still the DYA director. So we'll just kind of keep it on CPS. I just wanted to maybe start with the status of something we talk about every time we get her on, of those 1,000 complaints that had come down to CPS during the pandemic. Have we gotten to all of those, or what's the status on that?
You know, as far as complaints coming down, you mean like the referrals coming into Child Protective Services? You know, seriously, on Guam, Child Protective Services receives around 1,300 referrals a year. And therefore, what we're trying to do is really beef up the number of staff that we have down there, like the investigators, the case managers, trying to make sure that we have enough staff to address the crises that is going on with the number of referrals. But what's concerning is the different types of referrals that do come in regarding the abuse of a child or children. And many of those referrals are actually drug related. So, you know, back in the day when Lonnie and I were CPS workers, you know, there were, you know, quite a number of people coming in, but, you know, the issues back then were more around heroin and cocaine in the 80s and the early 90s. Now, you know, obviously we're seeing a lot more, you know, meth, a lot more concerns around harder drugs, you know, chemical drugs, drugs that people get on and have a very difficult time recovering from or getting off of. So, you know, you see large families where both parents actually are doing drugs, and what you're finding is you know, their kids, especially when they live in certain areas which may be kind of jungly, you know, they're just sort of walking around, they're hanging out at neighbors' homes, they really are neglected, you know, the concern around food or hygiene or whatever the case may be. And so we really are seeing a number of those cases. So, and I know today we're talking about, you know, everything from adoption and foster parenting. But really, I can't stress the point, you know, the system is set up to handle, you know, so many referrals. And it really is about beefing up the numbers of people that we have to do the work. But in the bigger picture of really trying to help the system, it is about recovery. It is about people learning how to do, you know, effective discipline, you know, not so much the hitting and the spanking or the pulling of the hair or the jerking, things that take place during a lot of what people think they're disciplining their child, but really learning more about things like timeout, you know, things that are not emotionally and physically as harmful for the child. And so we have a lot of work to do around that, that's for sure. But it is ongoing, and the numbers, you know, to me, they're staggering. And even during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, being PCOR 1, you know, although the schools were closed, which is primarily the school counselors, the teachers, principals, the staff that usually make referrals, there was still a number of referrals coming in. And although the numbers of referrals coming in had dropped, in my opinion, they didn't drop that significantly. And so we really have, you know, a lot of concern out there. We know that as schools open more and more, that the numbers of referrals will jump back up. And we really want to make sure that we have the staff on board to respond to it in a timely manner and to really take the time with each case to make sure that the children and the families get the services that they need.
Yeah, there was a story that we had in here. I think it was on KUAM News's Facebook page. Standby. Yeah, and Terry, I guess while I'm looking for this, because you said something there about effective discipline. You know, my generation, I felt like a lot of the discipline was effective, but I also feel like it was definitely abuse. But maybe it was just because, I don't know, our parents didn't know better or something. But what is effective discipline here in 2021? What is allowed? What is recommended?
And 2021, and granted, I'm a little bit old school, but, you know, I had the really good pleasure of overlooking a program called Project Cariño for about 8 years. And it is a early childhood mental health program focusing on children newborn to 5 years of age. And I had the really good pleasure of also working with Dr. Lily Paris, who was the counselor with the program, and Lavina Camacho and Joe Beth Aquino. Anyway, a lot of the discussion, a lot of the energy, you know, was around nurturing and loving children early on, helping them, you know, identify with good positive energy. But, you know, part of that too is working with children who were coming into the system. And if a referral was made to Child Protective Services and the child was a foster child, they were removed because of threat to the child or neglect to the child, you know, they were automatically a referral into Project Cariño. And so Cariño would work, you know, with the child, and they would also work with the families. But it really is, you know, that partnering and teaching people that instead of, you know, in this case, we want to spare the rod, you know, and we want to make sure that with children, very early on, you know, you can talk a process through, or you can use the tools like timeout, and do so in a manner where you're not, you know, you're not hurting the child physically, and you're really not hurting the child emotionally. It just becomes, you know, it has a beginning and it has an end, and you're going to say, okay, you know, we're going to have to do a timeout. You know, it's going to be, you know, for 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever it is, but it's really taking away something from a child that the child, you know, may really like or benefit or want from. And so by just doing something as simple as that, the message to the child is the behavior, you know, will not be tolerated. And yet at the same time, the discipline itself is very reasonable. It's not going to cause like this permanent scar, the way that some of our families are, you know, really hauling off and hitting children, you know, because I also had done some work with Shriners Hospitals for Children through public health at Medical Social Services. And, you know, Chris, we had a child that was brought in, and it was one of the cases where, you know, the mom's boyfriend was in the kitchen cooking. And, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, kids get out of the kitchen, I'm cooking on this and that. And he was making, you know, a pot of soup and so forth. And, you know, the kids were playing, and, you know, kids will be children, you know, and, you know, a little noisy, a little around, you know, the kitchen area. And, you know, the boyfriend had warned, you know, the child in whatever way, you know, like probably yelling at them. But anyway, the point is at some point he literally picked the child up and had not dipped, but actually inserted the child's, by picking the child up, the child's feet into the pot of hot boiling kadu. And it really, you know, what it did to the child's flesh, when that child actually came in, and Shriners just happened to be here on Guam during that weekend. And by the way, they're here now, and we're doing a clinic at Guam Regional Medical City, and they are seeing over 500 children, which is incredible number. But anyway, point is the child was put in, and when the child, you know, was stabilized in the hospital, and Shriners was here that week, you know, Shriners itself is a pediatric orthopedic team out of Honolulu that's actually been doing services for Guam since the 1950s. And we've been doing telemedicine probably since 97 or so. And so they have a long history here. But I remember seeing the child's feet, and literally, you know, the bone, the tissue, the muscle, the skin. And this was after the child was stabilized. This is after the child, you know, had already undergone, you know, being treated for this incredible wound. And it left, you know, it doesn't just leave a scar for the child, because that's huge enough. But, you know, all of us that were working in the clinic, you know, have that opportunity to see that, and really want to stress to our parents, you know, a lot of people can be a sperm donor, they can be a parent, they can whatever, but very, very few of that actually go on to be, you know, nurturing, loving, patient parenting, which is something that we don't get a chance to see very often at Child Protective Services.
Terry.
So, and I will do a shout out to the different departments and nonprofit organizations that partner with Child Protective Services, you know, and Guam Behavioral Health, you know, those that are providing interventions for people who do substance abuse, longstanding people like Karen Carpenter, you know, who have done effective parenting classes through the University of Guam for a number of years. And even in her retirement years, you know, she continues to be this incredible resource to the island of Guam. So, but the abuses, you know, they can be very extreme. And, you know, the threat of a child having permanent harm, you know, emotionally, physically is there. It's something that they carry on, you know, that child, you know, a lifetime of struggling to overcome this kind of abuse. And, you know, we have children who are trying to overcome a lot of abuse, and they grow up and many of them, want to be very opposite their parents, and they strive hard to be the best parents that they can be, while others fall into that system, that chain that's out there. Yep. And then this is the only type of abuse that they or discipline that they know.
Let me tell you, Terry, what I think is like the average person of my generation, because I grew up, it was routine. I mean, I got whooped with the tongan, the switch, the belt, the ballless, the casas, the iron cord, the Navy utility belt, the wooden slipper. I mean, it happened all the time. It happened all the time. So when you grow up and have your own kids, it's like that's the last thing you want to do is use physical discipline. But then what ends up happening is your kids end up walking all over you.
Some people think they walk all over you, but the truth is children are always learning. And I would rather they be learning to be a loving, nurturing parent than to be this person who wants to be different from their parents as much as they want to be like their parents, but different in the sense of how their parent may have, grabbed a belt or a switch or a rod or something, they try and take away, more of what they don't want to be from their parents around that part. But then there are a lot of parents who were raised that way, and that's all they know. And as far as they're concerned, it worked for them. And therefore, if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for their kids. And we have, in my roughly 40 years, in and out of public health, you really see the families. I mean, people will say a family name and they'll say, oh, from Agate, from Chigo, from Jonia, from whatever. And automatically that this is the family that had, issues around mental health, around physical discipline, the death of a child. I mean, those histories are longstanding in the area of social services. And we automatically say, oh, when you're going through the referral, you say, oh, look at the link. This is the granddaughter of the lady who did this and that. Yeah. And it's ongoing. Yeah. And Guam, like many places, has that. I hate to say guilty of, but we're guilty of having that. And we really depend upon groups like Child Protective Services, Medical Social Services, Guam Behavioral Health, the nonprofit organizations that are out there, those that are around early intervention, to really be that part of that intervention. And I will do a plug for the Guam Early Intervention Systems, because they're the ones that are really monitoring the development of children born to substance abusing mothers. And so you do get, babies that are drug exposed. They do the testing. The bad thing is it used to be we did drug testing on women that delivered. Now it's not every woman that delivers. It's those that either admit that they do drugs or those that have suspicious behaviors. Right. Which means there's a number of kids that, that are going to go undetected. And so drug exposed babies, we move forward with that. And these are children that, we put into Guam Early Intervention. The truth of the matter is those children, many will have some level of neurological damage. And that's not obvious as an infant. And it really isn't until the child starts walking more. And then, of course, some children are more delayed than others. So it really doesn't really show up sometimes until a child is in like Head Start or in first grade, that you really see that the child's drug exposure may have really done a lot more damage than what is obvious as an infant.
I want to read the story here from KUM.com, Terry Mayfay. Woman who allegedly dragged teen by the hair arrested. 62-year-old Rosemarie Cruz Guevara was arrested and charged with family violence as a misdemeanor. The victim reported the incident on April 21st. According to a magistrate's complaint, while arguing with the victim, Guevara allegedly grabbed the teen victim's hair, dragged her through the living room before punching her multiple times in the face. A witness in the home confirmed Guevara had pulled the teen by the hair and punched her in the face. She also admitted to police she dragged the teen by the hair to keep her from running away, court documents state.
Yeah, it's amazing what's out there. When I was, in my 20s and doing Child Protective Services, I would hear things like that, and I would, you want to rally around the child, make sure that they're in a better place. You really want to work with the the parent who did the abuse to really, hold them accountable. At the same time, let them know that there are different ways of working with their child. But in my older years, you just sort of want to beat the shit out of them, and you want to say, hey, if you could do this to your kid, guess what? When somebody does it to you, and sometimes I meet these abusers and I say, you know what? I hate to say, but when you're elderly, don't expect that kid that you beat the crap at, who's now taking care of you, to treat you any differently than what you're doing to that child now.
We had a comment, Terry, here. Back in the day, the discipline may be considered abuse now, but I feel that it was effective because love was still showed afterwards.
Yeah, isn't that amazing how we just interpret love however we interpret it, And, you do have children who have a long history of living in an abusive home. And yet when you take that child away, they long to go back to the only love that they know, but that love is very conditional love. You got to be that perfect kid, or guess what? You're going to get your hair pulled, you're going to be dragged across the living room, and you're going to be punched multiple times. That's not the message we want children to have. We want to be able to really work with kids. But see, Chris, seriously, there have got to be books and volumes of how parents have sexually abused, physically abused, mentally abused their children through the years. They're very serious and very scarring types of referrals. And, 1,300 referrals on average in the last 5 years. That's very telling. Some of those are repeated offenses, and some are not. Some are brand new. Some are like, over the last 5 years, they weren't doing, meth, but now they're doing it now, and, that whole recovery period, that whole process of trying to, break that chain once it's out there. The people I know that have a history of doing meth, they continue to crave it. They continue to think about it. Seriously, out of, 10 folks that I know, I'm very fortunate and blessed if even one of them, is able to break that chain. Some of them are just able to, to do things and kind of just say, but hide it well, but they do. They're like functioning meth users to some degree, but eventually, that's a burning crash scenario. So, but yeah, they do. They long to go back to what they know, and that's all they know. And then they get into more of a loving, nurturing home, and they're learning that that is not the way that it has to be. That, I grew up in a home where Vietnam War was going on. Dad was stationed, in numerous places. Mom was that parent, that had to be loving and be the disciplinary at the same time. And back in those days, even though we're military, it wasn't like they had a whole bunch of social services that are available, to your family. If you ran out of food, you ran out of food, budget better. If you had a breakdown or moms that have, like postpartum depression, there wasn't a lot of interventions. Now the military has tons of that stuff. And it's very helpful for the military to stay on mission. But the truth of the matter is, we went through what we went through with very little military support back in the days when we were kids. So, and I know I'm older than you, Chris. So, you're talking about spare the child, use the rod, or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Spare the rod, spoil the child is the saying, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Terry, let me tell you, one of my cousins, he wasn't showing a middle finger to any of my aunties or uncles, but he showed a middle finger to my other cousin. This is when we were kids. And one of my elder relatives took his finger and bent it back until he's like, and he didn't show middle finger again. Now, fast forward to 2021, a few weeks ago, one of my kids happened to show me the middle finger. It's a long story. But what I did was made him sit in the corner, face the wall, and then had him write. Well, it was supposed to be 500 times, but he only got to about 5. I will not show middle finger to my father again. And this is one of my mother's favorite tactics. Because we would get our ass beat, no doubt, right? But then sometimes it would be like, get your ass beat, and then you're going to write 500 times, I will not
Right.
tear up my progress report or, whatever it was. And it really just made you kind of think, right? But there is that fine line. And I think it's just, definitely not giving any parents out there a pass, but it's a struggle when you've got parents who've got to work all the time. They come home, they're trying to discipline the kids, and it's like sometimes timeout isn't enough. It doesn't work. Kids aren't even scared of time. My kids laugh at timeout. They're like, timeout? Ha 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 ha! Bring it on! You know what I mean? So it's tough.
But you're right.
It's tough.
You're right. At different ages, there are different level of intervention. And sort of that timeout is something that you'd be using, for a much younger child. And just what you mentioned about, writing 100 times. Seriously, I remember that. When I was around 7 or 8, actually, because and however that fits into what you were working with. But I remember that I think back then when even teachers were doing that, it's trying to get you to practice your handwriting. I think it took but the thing about it is and it's like the rights and wrongs around this. But I had this trainer person once said to me, never use education as a form of discipline. But I thought we're not. What we're doing is we're just practicing our handwriting.
He needed to work on his handwriting anyway. The kids now, they don't know. Right. They're all typing. They don't know how to do the handwriting. So there you go.
I tell you, man, when he gets his award for penmanship,
he's going to thank
something
me.
to be proud of.
Mayfei, let's go
Exactly.
Let's close it out here, Mayfei, of course, with CPS. And by the way, I just want to say, when you talk about beefing up the investigators, our former reporter Peter Santos for the KUAM news team is heading over to CPS as an investigator, and I got to tell you, he was and working here as a reporter, as a journalist, being able to report on issues. I felt like he was doing a really good job, kind of going in on these issues that are very relevant and important to people, and being able to make a difference with the stories he's doing. And we had a talk Friday, and he was saying that he feels like he's going to also be making an impact at CPS, but on a totally different level, right? Making an impact in terms of really, saving kids. It doesn't get any, more altruistic than that, right?
Chris, you're right. It does not get any more intense than that. And to be honest with you, I only knew Peter before because it was this guy that kept popping up, and he'd sing like Frank Sinatra. And then one day somebody said, "Hey, that's Rose Regis's boy." And of course, Rose Regis worked at Child Protective Services for a number of years. And so when he expressed an interest, I thought, wow, it is, family to family. And he had quite a mentor that he can actually go home to. But I want to thank the fine people over at KUAM and really for, supporting Child Protective Services as you guys do, like for this interview, that, letting wonderful staff like Peter to transition over to public health, to Child Protective Services. I tell you, his experiences will continue to make him, the person who interviews the way he does. Right. And if he ever loops back, with this under his belt, if he ever loops back and gets into, media and, getting into public service announcements and so forth, he'll be the richer person for it, and he'll be really speaking from the heart. So I do thank you guys over there.
Yeah, Mayfei, let's go ahead. We'll close it out.
Hi, good morning.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you, Terry, for doing most of the interview. But before we close, I'm excited that Peter is coming. And as Terry had stated, that we just need more workers to let us do our job better. And we have gained a few new workers, and they're doing the best that they possibly can. And with that and the referrals that we're touching, May is foster care month. The need for foster care is increasing on this island. It's definitely children, and I'm doing a shout out there that if anyone is interested in providing a loving home, even for emergency or temporary purposes, please call our office at 475-2653 or 2672. It's a rewarding experience to be a foster parent, and we could give you all the information that we possibly can and to guide you.
Mayfei, since May is Foster Parent Month, let's get someone on next week, and we'll just really go in on foster parenting. And obviously, there's just always a need for it. But, maybe we just need to go into more detail, because people probably have it in their mind one way, what it's like to be a foster parent. And maybe the reality is probably a little different. Terry, I can tell you got passionate about this. Thank you for coming
I do.
on.
And
Of
Chris,
course.
I'm
That's
a
good.
licensed foster parent. So
Oh,
I
there you
mean,
go.
when you guys talk about foster parent, please invite me.
Yes,
because,
yes.
Right. Yes, we will.
the experience is really awesome.
Yeah. It's going to be quite a juggling act because May is Foster Parent Month, and then it's also mental health, something with Mental Health Month, because we're getting a lot of behavioral health and mental wellness folks in for that week. So we'll see you guys next week, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll see you. That's that. Good talk. I mean, especially generationally, because I feel like everyone who's my age was spanked, was disciplined, was, I guess, what we now call it, abused. And so it's just definitely always an interesting conversation as reflected in our comments here. Glenn Lujan writes, we all got spanked back in the day and we turned out okay. Or did we? Bev Test J. Solace also had commented, back in the day, the discipline may be considered abuse now, but I feel it was effective because love was still showed afterward. I think Terry kind of went into that. Garenda St. Nicholas writes, you discipline with love. You set limits and consequences without causing physical pain, and you explain to your child while it's happening. Bev Test J. Solace. Here's one from, I think all of
And
our...
remember back then they used to call it corporal punishment. I haven't heard that term like in a while.
Right,
We're
yeah.
certainly not making light of the situation.
Like you would get
whatsoever.
spanked at school. Like our principal had a paddle.
Oh no, my
kids, they cannot believe that. They're like, well, there's no way, Dad.
My principal at FB Leon Girl when I went there was a friend of my parents, and my parents even said, like if
give it to Jason Hart. He's on the what?
Yeah, if Jason messes up, he was a family friend. It's like you have within reason.
Here's one from the blast from the past from Bev. Kneeling down with books on both hands for sure was effective for me, and I never felt it was abuse because it was cause and effect of my actions.
I never got that one.
I feel attacked, Bev.
Okay, and again, we're not joking about this, Henry, because it is a real serious topic. But have you ever really been triggered by seeing a certain object later on in life and just see an extension cord or the wooden Zori and just be you just have a moment when you shudder and it's like, wow, that brought something back.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Francisco Camacho writes in, pain retains. Push-ups, squats, planks, hands in the air, run in place. Chamarita Regis writes, sometimes abuse does not happen in the home. It can be an abuse by being bullied and get carried to the home where the child retaliates to the parents. Very, very true. Okay, guys. Let's go ahead and go into the Zoom room now where we're kind of getting backed up, but we did want to bring on the Chief Public Health Officer, Chima Mbakwem, and then we'll get to Miss Maria Pangolino of the Guam Election Commission. Hi, Miss Maria. We're going to just get to Chima. Are you on your way to work? Well, just stand by. Sorry. Yes. We wanted to get Chima in to kind of follow up on the weekend activities. And then I know that Chima, we made quite a push Friday morning about who's got to come out and get tested, about who we're looking at. It was customers of Subaki Tower from April 14th to 18th. Also customers and staff of A-Class Lounge from April 7th on. What kind of progress did we make in getting a hold of these people and testing these groups related to these clusters that you told us about on Friday morning? Good morning.
Good morning. We were able to test up to 565 individuals. It was a good turnout. We had 359 people come out on Friday. I was thinking that Saturday would have been better, but we had a lower number of 206. But we're still offering testing today at the Subaki Tower, and then tomorrow we're still having our outreach at Tizan for anyone who feels that they need to get them tested. But another interesting fact is that we were able to identify an additional 282 people that are also were part of the contact tracing for the Subaki exposure. These were people who came as a group, and one individual actually wrote their name and then others went in. So we were able to get additional 287 patrons, and we're still reaching out to them to come out to get tested.
Chima, I know on Friday you said that there were 961 patrons of Subaki Tower that you were looking at. Where do these extra 287 come from?
So this, like I explained, sometimes when people come into the restaurant as a party, they might have kids, so they will just write in as an adult and write like 4 people in the party. So as the case investigators were investigating, they were identifying those individuals and then adding up the numbers. So we're able to identify 282 people more. So we have a total of 1,243 people that are expected to come in to get tested.
And Chima, was that kind of what the majority of the work was from Friday to maybe this point, was going through those sign-in sheets and getting a hold of people who had been at the Subaki Tower or otherwise associated with any of the clusters?
Yes, so like I said, the investigators were actually having secondary interviews with some of the contacts and the index cases, and they've been getting additional information. So as we investigate, we get more. I think the explanation here is, the difference between the case investigation and contact tracing. So the case investigators are the ones who do the interviews, and then when they elicit those names, they actually give it to the contact tracers to now make the calls and arrange for testing. So the investigators, with what they've been doing since these cases started, they've been able to add up more numbers to the ones that we already have. But for the other clusters, we've not identified any new contacts. So the contacts remain the same until people come out to, identify themselves as being there, and maybe we didn't catch them in between. But right now, with the effort we're making, we don't have any new contacts for the first cluster that involved the basketball, Easter gathering, and A Lounge.
Chima, so you said you ran about 500 some swabs Friday and Saturday. Have we already got the results from those?
Yes. So we actually have 2 positives that were identified on Friday out of that number, and we're still interviewing them. But like I said, it's a little tricky because these individuals might have been infected after they left the hotel, or the transmission might not have occurred in the hotel. But the more we interview them, the more we'll be able to place time or maybe figure out with them where the transmission might have occurred, because you're not very sure. But we still try to figure out how we can narrow it down to the point of transmission, so that it will help us in identifying the contacts that are involved.
Were you encouraged at all by the low number of positives in the testing that was done on Friday and Saturday?
Yes, I'm very delighted because first of all, people actually came out to test, and then were able to identify 2. That is enough to say that at least that we still have some form of transmission, but it's not as bad as we expect. Considering the initial numbers that were announced, 900 people being exposed, and then you expect to have that fear of a surge. This is a little calming, to know that, and a lot of the patrons, like I said, would have been using their face covering, and then the hotel had engineering controls in place, to reduce transmission. So this numbers actually clearly shows that I think the hotel did something positive in that, because if you look back at where the high numbers were, these high numbers came out from the families. So it was the private events where people let down their guard is where the infection was actually higher, the transmission was higher. But if you look at the establishment, you find out that some of the establishments had systems in place that was able to reduce transmission. So I think we should also understand that even when we're in our private residences or with close family members, we should also be careful, and still wear our face mask and keep our distance.
Right. What about the A-class lounge when you talk about the low numbers so far, and that's so far with the Subaki testing, right? The A-class lounge, we saw a little more infection. Did that have anything to do with protocols that may or may not have been in place and being used?
No, you also look at the environment. It's a bar. It's open area. People are singing. So I think it's different, and people come in groups in those places. So all those play a role, in transmission. So that's why we always say, if you're not eating, wear your mask. If you're not drinking, wear your mask. But when people walk in, they feel very comfortable. They let go of their mask and then they have fun. But we're saying it's okay to dine, but when you're eating, you take off your mask. When you're done, you put back your mask on. I think that short interval can actually do a lot. But when you let go completely, then there's a chance for you to transmit if you're infectious.
Chima, can we get an update on the hospitalizations? Because I'm seeing something in there in the comments that has there been anybody who was fully vaccinated hospitalized because of COVID?
Yeah, the hospitalization for the fully vaccinated, I don't have that information, but there are 3 that are still hospitalized, and I don't have their vaccine history. That is what I can look up, but I don't think they were vaccinated, because if they were vaccinated, it would have been noted, because the team is very conscious in that, because those are the kind of information that we need to act on. So for now, I can say I don't have that information. Yeah. That means
I think though Dr. Cabrera had said that if they had received any vaccine, it was just the one shot.
Yeah. So if you're talking about the whole, some of them actually received their first dose, some received their second dose, and then some were actually completely vaccinated. Yeah. Yeah. So I think 7 of the cases were fully vaccinated. Yeah. From what Dr. Cabrera presented.
Yeah. And Rosemary writes in here, the understanding is once you have been vaccinated, it should help in keeping you off the ventilator. And again, people may question what was said by the governor in the press conference that yes, even if you are fully vaccinated, you can still get and give COVID, but the vaccine is supposed to help you from getting seriously ill and hospitalized with the virus.
Yes, that's what it does. That definitely that is what it does. But like what the governor said is, even if you're fully vaccinated, you need to still wear your mask and protect others, because you're fully vaccinated, you can get infected, then you can actually infect the people that are unvaccinated, and then they end up in the hospital and in the ventilators. So it is your responsibility, even if you're fully vaccinated, to please wear your mask, because it is worse, because you're not going to get sick, you're not going to feel sick, but you're going to infect every other person. While we are trying to get up to 80% of the island vaccinated, the ones that are unvaccinated now stand a chance of getting infected and getting into the ICU. So that's why the governor, public health director, the PAC group, the legislators, everybody's coming out to say, please go get vaccinated, so that we can get to that level of herd immunity, that we can at least feel a little more comfortable. Right now, we are marching towards that, but we need more participation by the community.
I just got a message from Dr. Hoa. No patients in the hospital who are fully vaccinated, and I know we covered that.
Yeah, and I was sure, because that would have been one of the first things they would have let us know.
Correct. Yeah. Chima,
they're good.
So Friday you had some serious messaging here. Come out, get tested if you were at Subaki April 14th to 18th, or A-Class Lounge from April 7th and on, or if you were at this gathering in Jigo with the Subaki staff. And I believe you had also said there were a number of people that you couldn't get a hold of as part of the case investigation. That was Friday. What's your message this morning before we let you go?
I think people should, my message remains the same. People should go get vaccinated. People should wear their face covering properly. People should keep their safe distance and completely wash their hands. So I think that is the only way we can continue keeping the island safe. And if you believe you are part of that group or you would have been exposed to that group, please go to Subaki Towers today to get tested, or you can go to the Tizan outreach tomorrow. Public Health is urging you to please come out and get tested so that the island and the community will be comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chima.
Thank you.
Take it easy, my friend. All right, Chima Mbakwem, Acting Chief Public Health Officer, 7:53. Let's keep it going in the Zoom room here. Maria Pangolina, the Guam Election Commission. Good morning, Miss Maria. Unmute.
Here I am. Half a day, Chris.
Good morning, Miss Maria. I hope you prayed for us in Mass.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I hope you also prayed for those 102 people who didn't submit their financial disclosure statements. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, so Thursday, April 22nd was the deadline to submit personal financial disclosure statements for public officials. And boards and commissions, members of boards and commissions are required to submit their conflict of interest statements. If they don't have a conflict, then they just simply sign a one-pager that says I don't have potential conflict. They turn it in. They've met the mandate. So we have altogether about a little over 400 that need to do either one of those. For the full financial disclosure, everyone has met the mandate. Some of them have requested for an extension. If they request for an extension, the extension is granted for 180 days up until October 19th. With the boards and commissions, we have quite a few pending, but that list that we have is so dynamic because our boards and commission members, their expiration dates vary throughout, I believe, 52 boards, maybe 40 to 50 boards and commissions. So we sent out reminders in February, March, and April, but if any board member or commission member has not submitted their conflict of interest statement, we encourage them to do so at this time.
Maria, is this an unusually high number of people who have failed to file their FDSs? 102.
No. When you say failed to file, that means they requested for an extension, or are we looking at the commissions, the boards and commissions?
Well, just I guess with either.
Okay, so those would be the boards and commissions because, again, the full FDS, they've complied. Is that a high number? I don't think so because we're putting extra effort into getting a good list by contacting the Guam legislature who confirms these appointments, and the governor's office who initiates the appointments. So we've spent a lot of time trying to get a complete list. So the 100 some number is not high.
Is it accurate?
That's Chris, like I said, with the varying expiration dates of these members, it's we up to April 22nd or April 21st, we made it as accurate as we could get it.
Okay. So what's the penalty? How many of them are facing any kind of penalty?
Well, thank you for asking, Chris. Because the Guam Ethics Commission is impaneled, all these reports and the list will go to the Ethics Commission by today. So it would be up to the Ethics Commission. Yeah, so the Guam Election Commission is the public repository. The forms are filed with us, but the Ethics Commission has supervisory powers over public financial disclosure.
So you're going to send it over to their imaginary office?
I'm going to send it over to Mr. Jesse Kenga, the executive director.
Okay. All right, Miss Maria. Anything else in closing? We got about a minute here.
For those boards and commission members, if you're listening and we did not get to you, or you received our reminders, please, call us, email us, or come to our office and submit your form. We have forms on hand, and so all you'd have to do is tell us which board you are, and we give you your form.
There you go. 477-9791 is the number. Thank you, Miss Maria, for your time this morning. Okay, yes, there you go. Miss Maria Pangilinan, Guam Election Commission Executive Director. I'm going to take a break, and then we're coming back on KUAM TV next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody. Half a day.
Half a day on you. It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to The Link, which is proudly brought to you by East West Rental Carrier. For my Aircon babies, good morning, Aircon babies. IT&E, Jack in the Box, and East West Rental at 8 a.m.
Aircon feels particularly good when it's raining. There's
a
certain feeling you get like when you're in the aircon and it's rained outside.
Yeah. If your aircon's hitting right on a day like this, then you have to wear like your hoodie and your socks, right? And you like bundle up in your house.
Yeah.
In your house on a tropical island.
And then when you pull the covers up over you, just it feels so good.
That's it. Kuddu, right? I don't know if I want to eat kuddu after that Terry Uggins story this morning.
Yeah.
That was tragic. And by the way, all of our interviews here on The Link, they get put on our KUAM News YouTube page by the one and only Jason Solis. Thank you for that, Jay. Here's who's coming up on the show. Well, we're going to do news with Jay, who's doing it for Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, who, again, is off island, celebrating her birthday and taking care of family matters. And also, belated birthday to Jason Solis as well. Happy birthday, Jay.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you very much.
You guys ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sabrina and Jason and everybody else who's having their birthday. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you.
It sounds weird because normally I'd be singing.
Dear Lord bless Sabrina and Jason and everyone else who's having a birthday too. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Right on, Jay.
Sabrina and I are actually a day apart.
Crazy.
Yeah. And you know who I've always thought this was really really awesome. And Glenn, if you're still watching and you haven't started teaching it, you're probably going to get a kick out of this. You know who I share my birthday? Do you know who you share your birthdays with as far as celebrities?
Yeah.
Who do you share your birthday?
Go ahead,
with?
you first.
Okay, I share my birthday with Barbra Streisand and Kelly Clarkson. Apparently, nobody else in the world in the history of acting, music, stagecraft, sports, anything else. Nobody else was born, but it's me, Barbra Streisand, so me, Babs, and Kelly Clarkson, which is awesome.
Roald Dahl, Tyler Perry.
Oh, you're born the same day as Tyler Perry. Neat.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Bernie Williams, former Yankees slugger.
Oh, yeah, the Yankee.
Oh,
great.
yeah.
You know, Bernie Williams, also a fantastic guitarist.
Oh, no way.
He's got like 3
Isn't
or 4
he like
CDs
a classical guitarist?
Yeah, he does Spanish flamenco style. He does
yeah,
classical.
yeah,
he does.
yeah.
I mean, he's a very talented guy. But
All right.
remember Bernie, and I believe in that
Must be something about September 13th.
in that Yankees kind of like late 90s or mid 90s, late 90s, early
Right.
2000s like run that they had. He was the first one, I believe, who started using like that Yankee very dark blue, like the real navy blue, like with the bat. Everybody else still had like the regulation, like Louisville Slugger, you know,
Right,
kind of like
yeah.
the wood bat. But Bernie is a great center fielder too.
Yep, sure was.
That's a great guy to share your birthday with.
Not bad.
Hey,
not
but
bad.
when you share your birthday with Babs, Papa, can you hear me? I could not hold a candle to either Barbra Streisand or Kelly Clarkson. All right.
Oh, goodness.
And then
803.
there's me, and then there's this dork on Guam who likes computers. You know.
Well, happy birthday, Jay.
Thank you.
I follow you on Twitter. It seems like you had a pretty good birthday.
Yeah, Saturday. So Saturday, I mean, pre-pandemic and everything like that.
We're
I used to
Twitter
like,
friends, guys.
Yeah, I used to like spending, my Saturdays. I would either, see what interesting events were going out in the community, and then I'd go out and, I'd shoot it. I'd write about it. I'd post it like on our social channels for you guys to like enjoy and everything like that. So Saturday, I just spent the entire day just hustling and going around and getting stories and then coming back here and putting them up. So over the course of just Saturday afternoon, I was able to take pictures, shoot video, write some code, and use my words and actually like make people happy. And to me, that meant everything. That was the best birthday ever.
Right on, Jay. Well, happy birthday again.
Thank you, man.
So Landon Ilet is coming up with a look at our work week weather. That's brought to you by Docomo Pacific.
He's also got a surprise for us because he sent me something over the weekend. He said, "Can you hold on to this and run it on Monday? And don't tell Chris yet." But he actually got, it looks like time lapse video that he got, but it's just these rolling clouds right outside that he got, and it's insane.
Wow. Looking forward to that.
No fancy video tricks or anything like that. That's
Right.
actually how the clouds like pass by.
Guys, and we do that every Monday morning around 8:20 or so. It's Landon Ilet from the National Weather Service. He comes in. He's always got charts and graphics and a really in-depth look at work week weather. Really interested to talk to him because of this rain that we got this morning and lightning.
This is the tail end, I believe, of Typhoon Surige.
Right.
That went like past the east coast of the Philippines and then up to like Iwo Jima, and now is coming like, it's not back around towards us, but kind of like that part.
Typical Guam, though, is just yesterday I was complaining about how hot it was over the weekend.
Yeah.
And then you go to work Monday and it's like raining cats and galagas. So we're getting Landon, then we're getting Department of Agriculture in for their update. As all my fishermen friends out there, have you applied for this fisheries relief grant? I believe they're starting to cut some checks. And then Kevin Bautista of the CNMI Governor's Office also coming on. Remember, Chima Mbakwan was just on right before we switched over to KUAM TV. They're doing testing, public health outreach testing today at the Subaki Tower. So if you were either a staff at the Subaki, one of the staff that was potentially exposed by other staff who went to work when they were sick, there you go. That's Subaki Tower testing. And this is for staff and patrons who are at the A-Class Lounge on or after April 7th, and staff and guests who are at the Subaki Tower between April 14th and April 18th. Up to 200 tests will be offered on a first-come, first-served basis. Remember, this morning, Chima also said that Well, they were initially looking at 961 customers of the Subaki Tower between April 14th and 18th. He said through additional case investigation, they were able to identify I think 287 more potential exposures and people who need to be tested. So they definitely have their hands full in trying to sort through these clusters that our government took so seriously that they had a press conference about. So we'll definitely keep you posted on that. We're also doing link on location. Where I head up to Jigo, Chalankotda, it's Chamorro Land Trust property. Really, God, ruined my Friday. Going up to Chalankotda and this abandoned car graveyard. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And it's link on location, dirty politics. So we'll do that. We've also got Dr. Benji Santiago, who was Teacher of the Year, coming up in the news at 8:07, talking about the news for Sabrina Salas Matanani with the very latest, and wishing him a belated happy birthday, Jason Salas. Good morning, Jason.
Thanks very much. And I see people in the comments already. They're like, now I'm wondering who I should share my birthday with. So, while I read the news, you guys look that up and please add it in the comments because I'd be very interested to see who you share your birthday with. Thanks for the love again. All right. The Joint Information Center reported last night that 0 new COVID-19 cases were confirmed out of 332 tests performed on Saturday, the 24th. To date, there have been a total of 7,915 officially reported cases of coronavirus since last March, with 136 deaths. 67 cases are currently active, and there have been over 77 Guamanians that have recovered from the virus. Currently, as Chris has been mentioning, and he talked about this with Chima, there are 3 of our fellow islanders who are hospitalized. Guam's CAR score for the 3rd straight day is an even 1.0. Well, today is day 3 in the search for 55-year-old Kenneth Bigby, as he was last seen Friday morning, and efforts have been focused around the Tangisan Beach area, where he was known to frequent, and he may have ventured into the waters to dive. The Guam Fire Department did expand their search yesterday north of Tangisan to Shark's Hole and to the surrounding cove, and they are expected to resume sometime early today, possibly as early as sunup. So again, please, if you have any information, call Guam Crime Stoppers at 477 HELP 477-4357 if you have any information about 55-year-old Kenneth Bigby. Well, it is a great day to be a pirate, as Agada I. Johnston Middle School's own Dr. Benji Santiago was named last night the 2021 GDOE Teacher of the Year in a special live stream and broadcast ceremony you watched on KUAM. He's a veteran of the island's public school system, and Dr. Santiago is an instructor of cultural dance and journalism at the Ordet Chalampago campus, and he was overwhelmed and graciously wanted to share the honors with all 6 finalists. Here's part of the big reveal from last night. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all, as a community, been waiting for. And the winner of the 2021 Guam Department of Education Teacher of the Year is Dr. Benji Santiago from Agada Johnson Middle School. Congratulations, Dr. Santiago.
Are you sure?
Yes, yes, I'm very sure.
I actually made this sign for anybody else that was going to win, and I was just going to fill in their name. I was ready because I didn't think that. Oh man, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. It's a pleasant surprise. I feel like throwing up. Does that count?
Congratulations, Dr. B.
This was a long process, and I like you said, I wish it wasn't a Teacher of the Year, but Teachers of the Year. I really wanted to put Christine and Nashista and Seth and Van and Michelle here. I just prayed to God and I said, you know what? I would like to be the humble individual and surrender it to these young individuals, because I've been in the department for quite a while, but I know that you have a lot more under your belt. And even though I don't wear long sleeves, I have a few tricks under my sleeve, even though I've been with the department for 25 years. Man, as an educator, you all agree, we try to teach our students just to do well so they can make their parents proud of them. And even at 50 years old, I want my parents to be proud of me. Mr. and Mrs. Benny Santiago, this is for you and for my administrators, Dr. Perez, thank you so much. Ms. Paulino, Mr. Joseph, the wonderful colleagues at Agada Johnson Middle School, my students. This is why I'm here, is because of them, and all of you will agree. This is why we're here. I know it's a difficult situation. I don't know if we could, I'm sorry. It's tough to celebrate in the midst of a difficult situation. Man, sendang kulo na si Diyos mga si ginini fondo ni corazon ho gina zuus ininasenyahu kinalamten minagahit uminding tanya agwadza. Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a very beautiful moment, Doc. I must ask you, one thing I found so amazing about your profile, if I may, is as a teacher of cultural dance and of journalism at Agada Johnson, you teach expression as well as encouraging young minds to seek the truth.
Yeah, I sure do. And that, man, you hit the nail on the head. Woohoo for the electives, man. In the midst of this pandemic, I always preach about the affective domains of our students. We need to worry about how they feel, not really about the A. I'm sorry, Soup. I'm sorry. It's not about the grade right now. It's about how our students feel. Are they ready to come back here? It's about how our teachers feel. Are they ready to come back too? We need to take care of them. And really, 9 times out of 10, everyone relies on the electives to get those students back, whether it be to physically jump and run or sing or write or draw. Woohoo, electives.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris was mentioning it earlier. Christine, we've worked with Dr. Benji before. He does fantastic work with the Nativu dance troupe. Yep. He was a former choreographer and program coordinator of the cultural show at the PIC. He's been in personal instructor at Paradise Fitness Center, and great member of our community. Good really to see him get recognized.
And that reaction, man, that is just classic. When you announced that he was the teacher of the year, is like he broke out. That was cool.
Yeah, go watch that on YouTube. I've had to scrub back like a few times because really? He even had to ask. He's like, "Wait, are you sure?" So congratulations to Dr. Benji Santiago, again, the teacher of the year, and congratulations to all 6 finalists. Very well deserved. Well, in business news, a restaurant revitalization fund webinar will be held on the 4th of May with updates from the U.S. Small Business Administration on how your organization might apply for the funds. The fund, as you know, was established to help restaurants and eligible businesses keep their doors open. The webinar is set for 10:30 in the morning on May the 4th, and you can find the link to register on KUAM.com. Speaking of eateries, Longhorn Steakhouse has made its way to our island and will open soon. But while our island is in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, of course, the company is seeking employees to help fire up their grill. Today, the local eatery will be holding a job fair at their location in Tamuning near GPO from 9 in the morning until 5 p.m. They will be hiring for different positions such as service assistants, bartenders, servers, cooks, dishwashers, and general prep. So good luck to you. And congratulations to Longhorn Steakhouse for being an island business. All right, let's go back to the newsroom right now where Tyler Matanani is standing by with the rest of the island news headlines as you make your way around and get your work week started. Here is your link update.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. We are still not out of the woods. It is still everywhere around us. This is the message public health is sharing to the community as the department yet again takes on the huge task of case finding into the new clusters. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
One individual who played at the basketball game ended up in A lounge, in class A lounge, and exposed the patrons of that establishment. So if you're looking at it, it is just one super spreader walking around
and transmitting the virus. As Governor Lulian Guerrero announced yesterday the identification of 2 known cluster groups, Cluster A being a basketball gathering at a Dededo residence on April 3rd, and Cluster B, a birthday party that occurred at a private residence on April 19th. Acting Chief Public Health Officer Chima Membakwem.
Now that we've had limited cases, we're doing what we usually do for every case, investigate.
Case-finding investigations are underway by the Department of Public Health to look for more potential positive cases and put a stop to the spread. From each of these clusters, there are multiple connections of positive cases linked. As Minbakwam explains how one connection, the Subaki Tower Hotel, has 84 employees determined as potential contacts and 961 patrons that they are encouraging to get tested.
The Subaki case is very unfortunate because the source was not the hotel. So I just need to make it clear. It was also a private event that happened to have 3 staff of the Subaki Hotel at that venue. So that is number one. Then number 2 is the large number of people that public health is asking to come out to get tested is because at this point, what we're trying to do is to cast a wide net.
If you visited the hotel between April 14th to April 18th, Public Health is hosting free COVID-19 testing at the DPHSS Northern Region Community Health Center on Friday, April 23rd and Saturday, April 24th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. In addition, if you were a patron at A-Class Lounge, which is a connection to Cluster A, on or after April 7th, stop by the northern site for free COVID testing. As for the other groups linked to the clusters,
so we have 7 people out there in the community that we don't have access to, that are exposed to a gathering that there was a possible transmission. So now it becomes individual responsibility on the part of those people giving us information to make sure that we get the right information to reach these people.
Minbakwam wants the community to understand that the new cases in these establishments falling victim are from individuals not following public health's guidance to safely congregate. And it all goes back to personal responsibility for individuals and establishments.
And then at the same time, the establishments have the right to stop patrons who are not adhering to this guidance to leave their establishments.
Another thing for certain is that no one wants to go back to where we were this time last year. Although Minbakwam says we are still on the path for reopening the island on May 1st.
Right now, we're not on the path to a surge. We're on the path to vaccination and getting the island ready for reopening. So we just need to assure people that if they continue following public health guidance, which is wearing their face mask properly, washing their hands, and also keeping safe distance, we'll be able to come out of this particular situation.
You can view Minbakwam's full interview with KUAM on our YouTube page. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Private clinics have been mobilized in response to the new clusters. According to Dr. Hoa Wen with the Governor's Physicians Group, the American Medical Center will be offering free testing to anyone potentially exposed to the clusters. Dr. Wen echoes that it's a personal responsibility to eliminate the spread of COVID.
It's all a personal responsibility. There's always going to have a basketball game. There's always going to have an event that you can sing or you can join your family or friends. Always, it's not the last one. So if you have any symptom, you just have to respect your friend, your colleague, and your community and stay home and miss one event. It is not that big of a deal. We really ask for individual to be responsible for their action and think about not themselves, but everyone around them.
A proclamation presentation ceremony was held Friday at Adelup to express sympathies on the untimely death of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Sanchez served from 2005 to 2009. Prior to his term, he was an officer with the Guam Police Department. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero spoke at the ceremony.
I come today here with the love and sympathy of a grateful people who are sharing in your grief and sorrow as we remember a well-respected defender and protector of law and order, a dedicated public servant, and a very proud son of Sumata.
Sanchez was found bludgeoned and stabbed to death at the Umatic home of murder suspect Rudy Kanata last week. Kanata and his girlfriend Joyner Sked have been charged in the slaying. The late Mayor Sanchez is survived by his 4 children. He was 63. For Earth Month, Atkins Crow Inc. has organized a project to collect used car batteries with the Mayor's Council of Guam, and it launched last week. Isaiah Uggan has this report.
In efforts to keep our island's environment safe and clean, the Mayor's Council agreed to partner up with AK to gather used vehicle batteries. Each village mayor's office will receive $10 per battery turned into AK after the project wraps up in May. Mayor's Council of Guam President Jesse Alex says that the money provided will be used at the village mayor's discretion, whether it be for fuel, to service vehicles, maintenance, and bush cutting supplies. Alex wishes for a great turnout.
Batteries are, strewn all over the island in different places because they're real small and, they can hide in the jungles. And so we're hoping that residents will be able to, just come and speak with us and deliver their batteries to the offices instead of dumping them elsewhere.
Meanwhile, AK Business Development Director Ernie Galito says this partnership was organized to assist village mayors in maintaining our island environment.
To kind of promote not only sustainability but also recyclability. And so we'll be collecting all the batteries from the mayor's offices, and we'll send them to a collection center in the U.S., and they'll turn those batteries into discarded old batteries and recycle the parts, and hopefully they'll come back as brand new batteries on Guam.
With illegal dumping becoming a growing issue on Guam, Galito hopes this project will address that problem.
So this is our part of trying to bring awareness to recyclability for things such as car batteries, as well as protecting our island from any type of contaminants that might affect the water lens into public water.
Although the project is set to wind down in late May, AK's Parts Department will be accepting used car batteries Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Residents can drop off used batteries to their respective village mayor's office, but Mayor Alec advises that it's best to contact the mayor's office prior to dropping off. The last day to drop off batteries for northern villages is Thursday, May 20th, for central villages on Friday, May 21st, and on Saturday, May 22nd for southern villages. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And we just want to give everybody a reminder that free COVID-19 vaccinations will be held for Pfizer Dose 1 for Guamanians ages 16 and 17 only. Tuesday, the 27th, that would be tomorrow, through Saturday, May 1st. Also, the first dose of the Moderna vaccine, I should say. Gosh, at my old age, I can't even get this out. For Guamanians ages 18 years older. And if you need the second dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, you can register right now. Go to KUM.com, scan the QR code, or hit the link, and you can register to book your appointment to be a member of the vaccination from tomorrow through Saturday. Remember, if you are due for your second dose, you can get it up to 4 days ahead of your schedule. Just real quick, guys, because we got Landon Idlet with the National Weather Service coming up. Some members of the Link family are sharing who they share their birthdays with. Glenn Lujan, Chris, check this out. He actually sent me his. He goes, he shares his birthday July 2nd, so happy early birthday, Glenn. He shares his with Ashley Tisdale, so High School Musical. Margot Robbie. Wow. Very, very nice. So, wait, who did Margot Robbie play recently?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn, thank
Yep.
you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Morgan, the U.S. national team soccer star, and Lindsay Lohan. For some reason, that makes perfect sense.
Nice. 8:25. Let's go ahead and jump into tomorrow news, and work week weather is next right here on the link.
Days, suntog itinut sa murag ni KUAM News para Lunes, 26 de abril 2021. Adis siya isang hitsong na klinik sa manmatarya para fan man respondo ginuebo na grupon COVID-19 sigon si Dr. Juan Nguyen, member ni grupon mediko para gobyerno. American Medical Center sa para managwahad di baddiha na test para di sini ha man tinatni gininadyo na grupo. Lanya masinyuan na todo man responsable para tanat sensuha sa tanat para itinatmi ni COVID-19. Kasangan na to di tempo gua siya basketball na wego, gua siya sinisedi, no siya mandanya hit sa familiata sa namiguta siya, pratafanganta, no TST ha utumu, da kumukula nun sesanti na dinadzi hao na itsatnud, David di un respeta ay mangatsang da ni komunidad, da saga gigumamizo, di presiso na paraon huzong. Mapapaisindu po si tauta, na ufan mas responsable para aksyon niya, da mga nahawgaw na haso, instead todo ay manggayigirizamu. Gyotro artikulo, un 78 anos na tao sa fafana ay natsakin man animasaw sa nepitong familia ane aspanta un Palawan na parapuno no isesi. Sigon ni complain ni magistrates, Gidia 22 gi abrid si Rodolfo Santos Borja asanganin na paraupuni Palawan anti di upinino tizangin tinatat sigui. Afaisan loki Palawan manggi pakinya si Borja anti diwa ligaw za lakno si Sesi gi komoda ni kusina. Adingui Palawan igima za umagang paroma azuda. Ilangnya masih Palawan na TST na biyahe na ni Masaun ginas Borja. Lo setiap finen na biyahe na serbi Sesi. Gimasa suntu ifinetna na grupo ni Emergency Rental Assistance na salapi. Sa esta manapan listo para 25 ni mamanaplika para este na inazudo. At utada zu 122,186 pesos. Sigo ni ma-release na informasyon gini Department of Administration. 183,176 pesos. Sa manmanay esta 33 ni mankwalifika ni mamanaplika para este na inasisti gi apasikat kilondan utilities. Mamanay guahan ni US Department of the Treasury 33.6 milyon pesos para fanay na zuda siya na tautawgi imanatrasaw giat kilon guma zan gaston hanam zan elektrisidad sa pudi COVID-19 na pesti. Aji mang kwalifika sa sinya manmanay sa lapi at kilon gaston hanam zan elektrisidad siya kung todi minita pud manatrasaw mamanapasi esta hulugi 15 meses na tempo. Esta 1,900 na aplikasyon ginin 2,600 ni manmanaplika sa manma-review. Giadzo 1,182 masoda naman kwalifika, 623 sa timang kwalifika, 95 sa tikabali sa aplikasyon niya. Kata para di siya mang kwalifika, sa esta manmanai sa parofan man notifika aji timang kwalifika. Aji timang kwalifika sa manmanai 20 dias para ma-appeal ikaw sa niya, giadzo na programa. Inuebo siya na aplikasyon sa para matutuhong gidiatres gimadzo. I-form sa sinon hakot gi www.doa.guam.gov. Pasinoy opisina ni Miyot. Mamae po kasi dueno ni maatkikila na guma siya no fan matsotso za na di siya umatkikila da zangin at tasaw at kilon niya do masamiti aplikasyon. Da siya lokoy siya o fan manaplika para umatkikila. Yuto muna asunto i Department of Revenue and Taxation sa ni Department of Administration sa ma-process ang para umameo huzong check siya para umadeposita gi bangko transmit 154 na tax refund pago na semana niyo atutat 9.9 milyon pesos. Este na refund sa konto di man mag-garnish na salapi no gobernamento zaman Thailand at sina tax no man mafayo antes pat gidiad 12 Febrero pago nasakan. Ilang yung si Department of Revenue and Taxation na jazangin malago how na unspiay stawid on mizo tax return halong gi zomo account gi www.myguamtax.com dyan na sebya di look up status of 1040 refund na kosas. Para KUAM News ko si Kin Conception.
All right, everybody. The birthday comments keep rolling in here. Real quick, Chris, I wanted to share this with you. Bevtez J. Salas says, Bevtez shares the birthday with Martin Luther King Jr. and Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Interesting. And are we going to go to the Zoom room now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. Also, our dear friend Mindy Uggan, who worked with us for many, many years, she sent me a nice birthday note, and she goes, I hope you listen to your best Backstreet Boys song, which is interesting because I always used to chide her that on her birthday, three important things happened. Mindy was born, Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys was born, and Mount St. Helens erupted. all on her birthday. But Landon, you're coming in now from the NWS, and you actually share a birthday with a, I guess it makes you an even more of a celebrity on here, because what else happened on your birthday, my friend?
Well, there's something way back in history. I think it's called Liberation Day of Guam.
Nice. So Landon is born on July 21st.
Yes. So, and actually, I share that special day with my twin brother every year. So, yeah, July 21st, that is our birthday, and we have a special event every year as long as COVID's not
Guam
going
throws
on.
a parade for you
and all the festivities. Yeah, and actually, you see, I'm in the operations area of the office today because we had a little brouhaha. My brother's still working from the night shift. Wave, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon, what's up, man?
We have another Brandon over there in the background. So we had a schedule shift overnight. So my brother was working. I came in early to relieve him of duty at 6 o'clock, and he's still here. Right. So, oh well. I got to work on my stuff.
It looks like all hands
So
on,
yeah, we
on
have
deck.
a lot of stuff going on, and I think you have a video that I sent you last week, Jason.
Yep, Joseph's bringing it up right now.
See it. Okay, you're bringing it up. So this is something I did a time lapse. My brother was outbound Friday morning and said, "Oh, get a time lapse of the clouds," because we had a very light southwest wind flow over the island. So it was generating that island convection right over the spine of the island from southwest to northeast. And so I took the time lapse, but halfway through that time lapse, you see the clouds are kind of bubbling and billowing in place over the runway. And then they start moving off to the right of the screen. That's when we had some west winds right about 8 to 12 miles per hour kicking in. So it pushed all that development off to the side of the screen. Now, if you look really close to the screen, just to the left of the FAA control tower, you might see a little burst of smoke right above the surface. That was that grass fire on Mount Santa Rosa. And so when I got wind of that, I happened to look at the video. I'm like, hey, there's that fire right there. So I caught it from start to smoldering. So it was really cool to see that billowing smoke just come out of nowhere.
Wow.
And then disperse eventually.
How long was that time lapse? How long did it take you to film this time lapse?
That was 100-time compression. So it was about 30 seconds time lapse, expanding over, I think it was about 48, 49, 50 minutes.
Wow. Crazy. Landon, we got a release this morning from, I believe it was Homeland Security. National Weather Service advisories in effect for the Marianas hazardous seas remain. Is that why it's looking kind of busy over there at the NWS in Teason?
Yeah, it's pretty busy out here. We're watching a lot of stuff going on. And so in the meteorological world, I just flipped my screen around to our water vapor. In the meteorological world, it's exciting because, as you know, we are in the dry season. So there's not much happening this time of the year. We do have the remnants of our typhoon from a week and a half ago that crawled along the eastern side of the Philippines. I think it was in the Philippine area of responsibility for about 8 days. And then it started making its turn to the north, northeast, and then eastward. It came back into the Weather Service Guam area of responsibility, which borders along 130 east and 25 north. So it came back into our area of responsibility. We had to start doing routine public advisories while it remains in that area. It was weakening and then has become more of a remnant system of itself. And you see the moisture plume from that storm right up there. It is a shadow of its former self. It was the strongest typhoon on record for the month of April. So we have the remnants, the convergent tail of that stuff right across the Mariana Islands, and it goes all the way down toward Yap and Palau. And we'll be dealing with that for the next couple of days. The other big news, and Homeland Security has been great in helping us get the word out, we have hazardous seas and surf, and that's the biggest concern we have here. Okay, yeah, that's the biggest concern we have here in the region, or the hazardous seas and surf from that strong wind field associated with the storm. So let me go switch my screens over. I'm going to go to this screen over here. This is our infrared showing that plume of moisture, and as Brandon wrote in his forecast discussion overnight, an atmospheric river. And so I'm going to dim this down just a little bit to highlight the lightning. So you see all that glitter, that's the lightning strikes overnight. We had a lot of thunderstorms just west of Guam and then northward into Rota and Tinian and Saipan waters and over the islands up there. So Tinian and Saipan, they've been seeing a lot more action than we've seen here across Guam. Most of that moisture is keeping just to our west and just to our north. And we're going to see that trend continue today. We do have a short-term weather statement in effect for Saipan and Tinian through 10 o'clock this morning for heavy downpours, gusty winds, up to an inch or more of rainfall over the next couple hours. Locally higher amounts, very possible with this type of moisture pattern. And this atmospheric river is set to continue in place at least for the next 24 to 36 hours. So are we expecting a complete deluge and a washout for Guam? Not so much. We do expect more of a scattered nature of showers and thunderstorms. They'll be off and on throughout the next 24 to 36 hours. So keep an eye to the sky, because when it does come in, like it did this morning around 6 a.m. on my way into the office, it'll hit hard. We had wind gusts popping up to about 35, 36 mile per hour. That's just a wind gust, not sustained. Otherwise, sustained winds are significantly less, around 15 miles per hour. So Jason, if you want to go ahead and queue up the slides, we'll get right into the action for our forecast. A lot of headlines. Obviously, the high surf advisory for north and west facing reefs. I'm going to go into greater detail on that very shortly. High risk of rip currents. We have a small craft advisory. The Guam fire danger is extreme, and we have that rainfall out there. So that's going to help mitigate the short-term fire threat for us. But right now, we do have an extreme fire danger. Moderate drought continues for Saipan, Tinian, Guam. We're going to see that possibly get a little bit of relief with the heavy rains across Saipan and Tinian. Special weather statement, we do have that in effect for Agrigan, Pagan, and Alamagan Islands. That's the far northern CNMI. With the heavier weather, winds, and waves, they expect up there closer to that remnant of the typhoon. For Micronesia, no alerts currently in effect for Micronesia, except for the ongoing drought information statement, extreme drought for Woche and the Marshall Islands, severe drought for Kwajalein, and moderate drought for Kapinga Maringi in the southern Pohnpei state. That's their best condition we've seen since really August or September. So gradual improvement. The next slide, the current conditions here at the airport, we were struggling to get out of the 70s this morning with those showers overhead. The south-southwest winds around 15 miles per hour. In the heavier showers, those winds will bump up to between 20 and 25 miles per hour with gusts up to 35, 36 miles per hour. So brace for that. These are going to be short-lived gusts, and then they'll settle right back down after the showers pass by. Mostly cloudy to the south and overcast to the north with scattered to numerous showers and thunderstorms, more so to the north across Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. If you're going to be doing some boating, I would stay in port today. It's not a good day to be out in the boat. Rainfall yesterday, 0.03 inches, bringing our total for the month at 1.46 inches, and still we're below normal for this time of the year with under 10 inches at this point for the year. The next slide, this is where we are right now, the high surf advisory. There's been a couple of water rescues and the ongoing search for I think the fishermen or the snorkeler off of Tangeesan Beach. This is a major concern because even when the weather is beautiful out there, the waves and the surf, they are very hazardous with strong rip currents. High surf advisory is in effect for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan through 6 o'clock Wednesday morning. Now, if you're caught in the rip current, well, the first thing is don't get caught in the rip current. Always swim with a buddy, but when we have hazardous surf advisories in effect, it's best to avoid those areas where those waves and that surf is pounding. Go to another beach where the waves are smaller, that's not in our alert area. If you're caught in rip current, of course, yell for help. Make sure you're with somebody or on a lifeguard at beach so they can have help quickly. And then swim outside of that rip to the left or right, parallel to the shore. Do not swim against that current because you will lose that battle. So keep that in mind. And again, when in doubt, don't go out because you will be quickly overwhelmed. So beaches under advisory on the next slide, Jason. Everything on north and west facing reefs. We do have a northwest swell and a north swell, and they're combining together to pound our beaches right now. Everything from Taragi Beach up at Anderson Air Force Base, Retidian Beach, all the way down to Tangeesan, all exposures of Tumon Bay down to Iganya Bay across Apra Harbor, and then down the west side of southwestern Guam, Agate, Yamatic, down to Maritzo. So watch out for these areas. This is where the surf is high and it's hazardous. Also in the open ocean, small craft advisory. I was out there fishing with the U.S. Embassy staff and the ambassador. It was a fantastic opportunity, but I was a little bit woozy from the rocking and rolling that day. I felt it even the next day, waking up out of the bed. I felt like I was still rocking in the bed. So small craft advisory, there's waves. We're seeing combined seas of 7 to 10 feet. So today is not a good day if you have a weak stomach or if you're operating a small boat. Just stay in port today. Things will improve later in the week. That advisory is in effect through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So keep in mind if you're planning any kind of boat activity. Now, what we're looking at in the buoys, we did have that spike in the north and northwest swell this morning. And this is pretty much in line with where I was showing you all our expectations for the season surf a week ago. So that did come through. The models backed off a little bit for yesterday and today's sea conditions, but the buoys show that spike over the last 12 to 24 hours. And we did reach right around 10 feet with the northwest and north swell. So combined seas, we are at 8 to 10 feet this morning, and that's going to gradually subside in the coming days, but remain hazardous, at least for the short term. Now, if you go to our Facebook page, U.S. National Weather Service Guam, these are some of the images you will be seeing. This is where we are looking at early this morning, the showers and thunderstorms inbound to our west. And then the next slide, this is a larger picture where we were looking at things 2 days ago. That typhoon re-entered our area and it's keeping well to our north, but we're seeing those fringe effects, that area of convergence. And the next slide, this is a photo my brother put together this morning showing the intense showers and thunderstorms across Saipan and Tinian and the lesser activity to the south. This is going to be our trend at least for the next 24 to 36 hours. So again, not a washout or a deluge of sorts for Guam, but we could see locally heavy rainfall when these heavy showers and thunderstorms do roll over the island from the southwest to the northeast today. So keep an eye to the sky and plan accordingly. This next plot, this is our polar orbiting satellite showing the surface winds over the ocean. And this is what's going on. We have a ridge wedging in from our southeast. Those winds are coming up from the south over the Mariana Islands. They are converging with the larger, stronger wind field on the south side of the remnants of our tropical storm typhoon well to our north. So these winds are coming together in a little convergence boundary right over the Mariana Islands. And the showers and thunderstorms extend from northeast of Saipan all the way down over Guam to Yap to Palau and then on towards just east of the Philippines. This is going to be the trend, and eventually it's going to break down in about 24 to 36 hours. And then the trade winds will start to make their way back into the region by midweek. So for today, the week ahead, mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms for Guam. More showers and thunderstorms farther north in the CNMI. Winds will be southwest at 15 to 20 miles per hour. It does not feel like dry season right now. Higher gusts with showers, combined seas of 8 to 10 feet. Winds southwest at 15 to 20 knots with small craft advisory. Surf north-facing reefs. That's 8 to 12 feet. That's exposures such as Ipao Beach down on towards the Fiesta Hotel. And then high rip risk and high surf advisory. Midweek, the showers continue, but we'll see some gradual improvement by Wednesday and Thursday. Season surf will also gradually decline through midweek. And then this weekend, we're looking much better, partly cloudy skies with isolated showers. We're going to be back in more to of a seasonal trade wind pattern with east trades at 10 to 15 miles per hour and combined seas of 5 to 7 feet. So that's all I've got for you this morning. And I can't stress enough the hazards of the high surf and the strong rip currents.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you, Landon. That was a lot to unpack. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. And
your brother's video bombing behind you. So
yeah, he is. Hey, and if
hey, Brandon.
Oh, he is.
If anything comes up weather-wise,
but they say hello.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, right on, man.
If anything comes up weather-wise, Landon, shoot us a message, and we'll be sure to get you back on anytime this week.
Sounds good.
Go. All right. That's work week weather. It's brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Say hello to 2021 with the most reliable network in the Marianas. To visit a Docomo Pacific retail location, we welcome you to walk in. For added convenience, book your visit ahead by downloading the Skip Lino app on your Apple or Android phone. Get it? Skip Line. That's why it's called Skip Lino app.
Clever marketing.
All right. For safer ways to pay, our Tamuning and Harmon GFA drive-through locations are still open to serve you. Docomo Pacific, better together. 8:44. We got to take a quick break. Have to. It's in our DNA. We have to take a break because we've been working for 43 minutes this hour. We're back with Department of Ag.
Wait, and we're gonna ask them about the sleeping grass, right?
We're gonna ask them about the sleep. Guys, just heads up. Jason's random left field question this morning is about. He actually asked me if we still have sleeping grass.
I'm from the north. I haven't seen sleeping grass in years, you guys.
I'm embarrassed, really. So we're going to find out. Christine probably knows about sleeping grass. Department of Agriculture coming up next right here on the link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
It's Dirty Politics, weekly on The Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Yeah, she's calling my name, miles from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame. Oh, oh. Yeah. I gotta think hard before I make decisions. Think about what I've earned and what's given. Think about my future and my love. Play some ball, mess around and switch it up. Mix some C's with some B's and make a book. Too many trees, they be starting to hurt my lungs. in the box doing nothing that they flown. What the hell am I doing? I got to run now. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Yeah.
I got some hearts to fill and break free from this habit of negativity. Oh damn week that be sticking to me like macaroni in K3. I'm far away from the comfort of my bed, but it's all good just as long as I can keep my head. Yeah, I'll be back, don't you worry about that. But first I gotta get on track and make some tracks now. Miles, miles from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name.
Hey, coming up, Dirty Politics. Yep. Link on location. Went out to Chalancota, Jigo, like the back end of Jigo. The dogging of Jigo. Looking like a dogging with all those abandoned vehicles we saw. Terrible, terrible. And we've been to a lot of dumps. This is Reed Meyer. This song is awesome. I've been playing this for years. Man, I don't know when we got it, but Reed Meyer is the son of R.A. Meyer, who was the former librarian
at Sanchez. And a baseball great.
And a baseball. He's a pitcher, a junk baller. I remember when I covered Guam Major League, he was like one of these guys who would throw big curves and yeah, so Reed is his boy. Reed's staying over in Florida. He went to St. John's, and this song is called Miles. It's a great, great song. And an interesting side note is Reed doesn't really put out music anymore. He's busy producing, so he's produced Jonah Hanum's songs.
I'm a Jonah Hanum fan.
Yeah.
That kid is amazing.
Isn't that neat?
He's got real like concept art, but I mean,
that's good stuff.
That dude is seriously talented.
Catchy. Yeah, so Reed there, going from, it's always interesting when people pivot from being in front of the mic to behind the scenes. 8:53. It's Monday, April 26th. Hey, good morning, KUAM TV. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have 80% of the Department of Agriculture. If you're trying to call Department of Ag, they're not answering the phone. They're in the Zoom right now. Because, I don't know if Chelsea's messing with me, but I always say, like, hey, you got an update, Chelsea? She's like, do I got an update? Hold on, boy. Nanga. Is that an update, huh, boy? So, yes, we do have an update.
And, I was actually...
Updates.
I was actually thinking of our good friend, Christine Farron. Because I remember Krista was like, what? And Christine's here now. Good morning, Christine. Krista, was about, 2 years ago when you and Chris and I, we covered on Cross Island Road. There was just devastation from a fire that had gone on there. And just, because it was a dry season and everything like that. I was thinking about you this morning, and I was like, wow, with all the rain and everything like that, you and your colleagues are probably pretty happy that it has rained, so we can kind of, let the grass grow again.
Right. Good morning.
It's been nice to get some of that rain, but it dries really fast, especially on the grass. It's only an hour. It takes an hour less to dry, and then your fire problems still back up.
Right.
The crew was just out helping with Mount Santa Rosa last week, and Eagles Field has been going. It's just places are still burning.
Right. And then there's also a little one, EPAN, right by the cemetery entrance. I don't know if you guys saw that one, but someone burnt, or somehow it caught fire right by the cemetery entrance, and there was a whole bunch of Zacati that got burned down. I was thinking, I'm not a fire investigator, but it looked like maybe someone with a cigarette butt, and literally, it's hard to believe, but in a lot of cases, Christine, that's all it takes, right?
Well, the fire occurrences we've investigated have all been intentionally set. So for that one, that'd be an interesting one for the guys to drive up to and just do a quick preliminary investigation and see what it takes them to. Because even Cross Island Road, along the side of the road, those have been identified as intentionally set as well.
Right. And so when we say intentionally set, automatically we're thinking of the hunters?
Not as well. It could be the poachers, or arsonists. It could just be, just someone really, really fascinated with fire. We forget that that's an element too. It's a set right there. I wasn't aware of that fire actually.
Yeah.
So that happened over the weekend. We didn't get that call.
Maybe like last week. I don't know. It's
check,
nothing
but
major,
that'll be
Christine.
something we can look into.
Yeah.
Got a lot of people on the island, so a lot of.
So how much rain would it take, like, if before our fire danger rating settles down?
I think that, well, the brothers, right, the Adlets have mentioned that we need an enduring rain. So rains that we get that are just, 5-minute passing by, we're going to need a little bit more than that, especially after having had no rain for several days. Like my yard, the grass is just brown already.
Yeah.
Except for right underneath the trees. So that makes a big difference. That shows right there, without someone having to go to school, that trees help keep the grass green, hold the moisture in. So the more awesome trees you have in your yard, less of the sakati, less of the grass, your better chances at staying safer during dry season and rainy, fire season.
Christine, my friend Jason was talking about sleeping grass, and I know we got some real news coming up with Frank about the fisheries and everyone else, but go ahead. This is an invasive species, this sleeping grass, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. We have the mimosa, the sleeping grass, and so the one that's really taking hold, and we're trying to keep that from spreading across the island, is not. Yes, the sleeping grass is invasive, but I'm not talking about the one that we used to race up to and push your cousins away so that you can close it first, touch it first. But there's a larger species, and it does occur up north. And our fire investigation training that we had right before COVID, we actually trained on DoD land so that we would burn out plots where this occurs, so that the environmental team can come in and kill the rest of it and then reforest with preferred native trees. So that was a collaboration that we had for that training. And so there are efforts to control this larger species, and it does occur, yes.
And Chris, it's actually considered to be a weed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is this something that if people listening and everything like that, can they buy it, like at say Home Depot or somewhere there, and they buy like, commercial products to get rid of it if either if they don't want this thing to spread in their neighborhood, or if they, are just trying to keep their lawn like nice and presentable?
Definitely. You can definitely buy products for that. It's an invasive weed. But I would also recommend, if we have biosecurity on, no, we don't. But contact DOAG, Agriculture's Biosecurity Division, and Glenn Dula and team can provide some better guidance on what would be most effective. Yeah. See, you have all questions can be answered to the Department of Agriculture. Well, I shouldn't be so broad.
Right. Yeah.
Natural resource related.
Oh, here's
I
a
get in
question.
trouble that way, don't I?
I don't know who can answer this one, but Chamarita Regis writes in from Sin City. I got seeds from China, but way before the pandemic came out. Do we still have to turn this into Department of Agriculture? And whatever happened to the mysterious China seeds?
Anyone else I don't have an update on that, but we can definitely defer and find out for you, and then we can share that information.
Yeah, usually, I can chime in on that. That's okay. Because, I am in the biosecurity division. But yes, all the seeds should end up getting filtered through our facility. Seeds, plants, pretty much anything. And we inspect from pretty much the plant from head to toe, from leaf to stem. So all of that should get filtered through our facility. BioAg, our facility at the Tizen, USDA facility. So,
Chris, what they're talking about, I believe, is remember it was before the pandemic. It might have even been during the pandemic. I want to say right at the beginning, people were getting in the mail these little like black seeds, right? And then you guys were like, whatever you do, don't plant it. And then you were advising people to turn them in. So is that still a thing? And did we ever try and grow these seeds?
I haven't seen any occurrence of those seeds after that. So, but I think we've had a few packets that were turned in to us. But Glenn does know a little bit about that.
Glenn?
Because I came in. So I just came in last year. So that was well before during the pandemic. So Glenn does know more about those packets. They were. At least from what I know, we have not had any any occurrences of those seeds coming into our facility. And, yeah.
Right on. Let's go over to Frank real quick. Frank, I know that you have an update. Chelsea told me about the fisheries, the fishermen relief assistance from the CARES Act. I know there's just been a lot of issues with getting the application, with running by the AG. But I heard that we're processing payments?
Yes, so the first batch of people that turned in their applications before the November 30th deadline, they've been getting paid out already. We're already almost done with reconciling those applications already. So we're getting started on the second batch, which is everybody else that turned in their applications after the November 30th deadline. So maybe give us about maybe a couple weeks to process those, and then we'll submit them to the commission, and then they'll process those so that people can get paid out. We did get approved for an extension for people to turn in applications. So this is like our very last extension that we can get that's approved by NOAA for people to turn in their applications. And that's May 31st. We will be conducting outreach events at the I'm blanking right now, at Boat Basin and Agate Marina. We'll have our staff there tentatively on the 8th and the 15th to reach out for those fishers who want to fill out a form physically and may need assistance. So we'll be doing that, and also be conducting outreach for them to tell people, have those who registered come and turn in their applications. And then we'll also be meeting with the Mayor's Council on the 5th so that we can figure out some pathways to reach those fishers that registered but aren't turning in their applications as well.
Frank,
the last, yeah, go ahead.
Have you been getting a lot of calls from people who maybe applied in the last year and are kind of like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, all the time. But so we're also, the announcement has been made by NOAA that there'll be a second round of Fishers CARES Act relief funds. So we will be notified when people can start registering for that one. Let's say you missed the first round, or some commercial fishers weren't able to claim what they claimed the first time, you can claim it the second time. And it's going to be the exact same process again. Frank? So we'll be announcing when that registration will begin again.
So when you talk about processing payments, I mean, first of all, you said that they're getting processed, but then they need to go back to the commission to be, kind of vetted one last time? And then who's going to cut the checks? Is that going to be DOA?
Yeah, so no, it's the federal commission. So it's the Pacific State Marine Fisheries Commissions that cuts the checks. So we just receive the applications and we review them, make sure they're correct. But there's a lot of back and forth between us and the commission, because there's always some adjustments that they need to make when for the application to be complete.
Right. So that being said, what do you think is the timeline, just to really nail it down, when the first checks will be sent out to people who've applied and been approved?
For the first round, our deadline is May 31st. So hopefully within a month of that deadline, we'll have all those applications reviewed and submitted to the commission. And then from there on, usually takes maybe about 2 weeks or so for them to cut checks.
When you're looking at these apps and payments being processed, give us an idea, what are some of the awards, some of the dollar amounts being awarded?
So the commercial fishermen, they're compensated for 35% of their loss. And for the sustenance fishers, I can give an estimate of how much they get. For this round, they were getting about $1,000. But for the next round, it really depends on how many people register and how much is being distributed to each fisherman to see how much they'll be getting next time.
Oh, there you go. Well, Frank, anything else with that you need to share with our audience?
Well, just come to the event and we'll help you out with your applications. And we just need everybody who registered to come out and turn in your applications. And even if you don't want to turn in an application, just call us and let us know. We won't ask any questions as to why you don't want to turn in one.
Okay. All right. Ursula, Chris, Leon Guerrero, good morning.
Bananas and juice, everyone.
What kind of update you got for us on your side?
So we're gonna just a kind reminder. We have that micro grants for food security program That deadline's coming up this Friday, April 30, 5 p.m. tomorrow Standard Time. The goal of that grant was to increase the quantity and quality of locally grown food in food insecure communities that import a significant quantity of food. So that deadline's coming up. And we have a really exciting partnership to talk about. So PBS University Higher Learning Services, in partnership with them and Guam Sustainable Culture and your Guam Department of Agriculture, will be promoting and supporting distance learning for middle school to high school level students across the island and CNMI. And we will producing, helping to produce a 8 to 10 episode series focused on agriculture. And so we have everything from the history of agriculture and farming in Guam, traditional uses of omelet, indigenous crops, best farming practices, we're going to highlight microgreens, hydroponics, fungiculture, apiaries, livestock, entrepreneurial opportunities. We really want to inspire future farmers. And I'm sure a lot of, I think you'll enjoy the content and see a lot of familiar faces in our community who feed us and heal us. And so we're really excited to get on that venture. And I think we have Chris, who's like, I call him the golden green thumb, right? So he's going to talk about some amazing things happening in the nursery.
Right. So as we know, March was Law Month, and we were really excited here at the Department of Ag to support the District Court of Guam in their effort to promote sustainability and to get the kids interested in planting. And so they held a contest, a tomato growing contest for a lot of the students here across the island. And we were able to supply them with over 400 plum tomato seedlings. And so that was really exciting. And I know that pretty soon the winners of that contest will be announced, I think May 6th, I believe. And so they have several categories. The healthiest plant, the best overall, and then the contender, the harvest champ, and they actually do have prizes for the students. And so I really feel that that was a worthwhile event, and we hope to form partnerships with other agencies and other organizations to get the word out and, to promote sustainability, to promote self-sufficiency, and to get these young people a chance and an opportunity to experience how to nurture a plant and just be aware of their health and their well-being by eating the right foods and eating things that are very healthy and nutrient dense, and that will help them in their mind and their body.
Chris,
and
I just want to cut in here because we were part of this challenge with Judge Francis Tydenko Gatewood, and I'm not really used to growing tomatoes, but are we gonna pop up my? And I really didn't do much at all with this, but I did. Okay, so the judge came on last week, and she actually had 2 ripe tomatoes, but I think she got those at her farm at Payless. Because I was like, I don't know how she had ripe tomatoes, because me and Bree were just like, there's mine. Sabrina's was crazy. She's got like a bunch of tomato fruits on there. But I feel like we're set up. I feel like it was a setup.
Well, if you guys want to see the progress, check out the hashtag Guam Future Farmers 2021 and see, it's so cute. It's super cute. The Nens they're really excited about posting it and tracking their progress. And and this is the way to do it. We just got to keep inspiring our Nens to, for food security, food sovereignty.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's inspiring. Start your Monday with that. Go check out that hashtag.
Hey, I wanted to go back to the micro grants because I know we had, I want to say, I think it was Jathan on here about what these grants are for, and it kind of seemed like a lot of people would be eligible for it.
Absolutely. It's the eligible applicants are individuals, religious organizations, food banks, and food pantries. And everything from, the across the gamut, like, purchasing hydroponic equipment or supplies rather, composting supplies, anything to boost the growth of food production, and how you feed your community and in your surrounding areas. So that it's a really exciting time. This is the first grant that USDA AMS Ag Marketing Services. This is the first of its kind, and we're really honored to share that with our community here. Deadline's coming up. Let us know if you have any questions. doag.guam.gov. Check out our website. We have the permits that we were talking about at the plant inspection facility, PIF, biosecurity. We have all those forms. We have the CARES Fisher application forms. So check us out, doag.guam.gov under resources, and we have all the relevant forms and updated phone numbers.
Chris, again, the nursery, people can just stroll through and pick up whatever sprouts that you guys got, right? So what is available for pickup?
Right, absolutely. Anybody can stop by. We're open to the general public, and we have some of the cheapest prices on island. And we deal specifically with edibles, so you can get your cherry tomatoes here.
Not that kind of edibles, guys. I know it's Department of Agriculture, but I just want to clarify.
We did have some of those people stop by already, so.
Hey, I heard you had edibles. Where's it, bro?
Right.
Go on, Chris.
So Monday through Friday, from 8 to 12, we take a lunch break, and then from 1 to 4:30. So yeah, come on by, and we'll be happy to support your endeavors there in the garden.
They give really amazing advice to the engagement, the conversations that happen in that nursery. I'm so umbiliquera, right? I'm like, oh wow, But I think what's really beautiful is the farmers that come, that come in and they share their heirloom seeds, right? And they talk about, has to antes, the cherry tomatoes, taguiniam and da, right? And you're like, wow. And then they're like so encouraged and they share their seeds with us. For example, for that, I like to call it our heirloom cherry tomatoes, but the engagement that happens just from the love of growing our foods and nurturing our lands, they come in and that knowledge, that transmission of knowledge is really rewarding.
Right. And so, we're really impressed with the community's input. And a lot of these people, they've been growing these heirloom vegetables that are specific to Guam and our culture. And they just want to share the seeds. They have something good in the backyard, and they stop by and they offer up these seeds. And, I think that's really encouraging. And, it just shows that, the spirit in Afat Maulik is, alive and well.
Right on.
And, if you do stop by the nursery, we have like the standards like calamansi, we have lemontina, we have pink flesh dragon fruits, we have mandarins, right? We have okra, kangkung, Suriname cherries, mulberries, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, and our inventory changes all the time according to the seasons when the seeds are available. We try and offer up a lot of the local fruit trees that are not available. On online sites and stuff, things that are not so typical, like bilimbinas, you won't really find that at some of the nurseries. So we do offer that, pandan, stuff like that. So yeah, let's go ahead and stop by.
We're really excited to start. We're gonna start. We're planting loosely weeds, but we'll be starting to offer some traditional medicinal plants as a response to the community's request and inquiries. And we're excited, and we'll be sure to update everyone about that, and hopefully get our social media, Agricultural Development Services, up and running, so we can keep you guys updated on the fun things happening here.
Right on. Chris, Rosario, I know that you are biosecurity. We did have someone from UOG on about the hornet,
about the hornet issues,
right?
Yeah, the great abandoned hornet,
right?
Yeah. So since last year we've actually had several reports, and our biosecurity team has came out and eradicated several colonies. Actually, I reported about eight last year that was reported. A total right now, that reported since its arrival in 2016 was about 30. So I think really people can be, our community is really becoming more and more vigilant in reporting these nests. And again, I'd highly encourage anyone who finds, several hornets flying around their backyard, call our Biosecurity Division 475-1426. Really, we'll come out there, make an assessment, and eradicate these nests for you, because it's still a big issue. I mean, I estimate for every hornet nest we kill, I think we save about 3 to 4 bee colonies.
Wow.
So,
Chris, the stupid question, but do these hornets sting?
Yeah, actually, in fact, they sting multiple times. A single individual can sting you 2 or 3 times, and it's a powerful sting because they're big. They're no joke.
Very nice. So what do you do when it stings you? Do you pee on it?
No. So obviously, before vinegar was invented or baking soda, yeah, you would pee on it. But there's other remedies. I mean, even at the stores, some of them have the it's like the sting venom, or essentially, it doesn't get rid of the actual the sting. It just essentially soothes the sting. So you still have the venom in you when you get stung anyway. So
Chris, let me ask you, so that for those people who are allergic to bees and they need the EpiPen or whatever, is it the same thing with the greater banded hornet if they're to get stung by one of those?
same thing. You just need to get an EpiPen. Yeah, it's really to really prevent your body from overreacting. Again, it's epinephrine, so it just prevents the overreaction of your body of the actual sting itself.
Right,
so bee or hornet, it's still a sting. Yeah.
Well, thank God we have an EpiPen now, because man, if I had $1 for every time my grandpa peed on me as a kid. Funny story. You guys had to be there. Christine, let's close it out with Christine. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up for agriculture. We had a great event at Cotal Conservation Reserve. And because of that earthy event that brought all of our agency divisions together, it was awesome seeing the whole family out there. And because of that, we are going to launch part 2 of Earth Day DOAG. And it's going to celebrate probably closer to the water. We were out in the savannas. It was hot. It was beautiful. A lot to see, but we're going to take it to the water next time, most likely. So stay tuned, Guam. Your Department of Agriculture has got great things planned for you.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Right there.
And we did have a comment here from our buddy Jessica over the OG Triton Farm. Our Department of Ag need not be our lowest government-funded agency. They need our full support, being that they're taking a proactive approach in promoting our island sustainability. Amen. On that note, thank you guys.
Thank you.
We're on our way.
Take it easy, guys.
Bye, guys.
There you go.
Adios.
That's right on. Department of Ag. Yeah, I really love getting these guys on. There's just so many things that you guys might not even know that you can go and get, like Otis and calamansi and all the things that they were talking about at their nursery. You can get micro grants. I mean, if you have any like fruit or veggie trees or anything in your yard, like you're qualified to get these micro grants. The purpose of that is trying to promote people having their own gardens in the name of like food sustainability and food security, which I'm all on board for that. 9:20, quick break, and we're going to the CNMI next, guys. Get ready. You're going to have to pay for your quarantine with the CNMI governor's office and Kevin Bautista right here on the link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Doesn't really matter, it's still matching. That's Island Star. That's Island Star.
924. It's Island Style, the Link. Good morning.
I got my passport. I got a bag of peanuts for the 30-minute flight. I got a travel pillow that I probably won't entirely use. I'm ready to go, man. I'm missing my family up in the CNMI.
Well, hold on just a sec, Jake, because you might hit a couple speed bumps in your travel plans. As I believe the CNMI still has very stringent quarantine policies in place. Hey, look at that. Who's in the Zoom room right now? Kevin Bautista, the CNMI governor's office. Just, real quick status update on that. Kev, what is the current quarantine policy for inbound travelers, both residents, non-residents, to the CNMI?
Gotcha. Well, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason, and buenas tardes, Guahan. So on the update on the quarantine procedures, yes, the quarantine procedures still remain for non-residents of the CNMI. It's still a $30 fee for quarantine, but we do have a modified quarantine procedure for CNMI only residents who have been fully vaccinated, who have proof of vaccination, particularly if they have proof of vaccination from within the CNMI. And we're continuing to modify the quarantine process as we go along. But travelers that are CNMI residents, excuse me, have to apply online 72 hours before arrival, show a valid proof of COVID-19 vaccination in the CNMI, have an arrival interview, have their application reviewed, and any site assessment for the 5-day quarantine, and then agree to the modified quarantine terms.
That's for residents.
That's for residents.
Okay.
For non-residents, it still remains the old policy of about $400 per night per quarantine.
What about non-residents traveling into the CNMI who are fully vaccinated?
So that policy, it's still subject to approval by our territorial health officer. So that discussion still remains. We continue to be in close contact with our territorial health officer about that, who was the CEO of CHCC. Right. That continues to be an evolving discussion. We hope to eventually expand the policy where fully vaccinated individuals can avail of the modified quarantine.
You know, there's a story I saw out of Hawaii. Hawaii will ease restrictions for vaccinated travelers, starting with inter-island visitors. I know there was a lot of talk about this Guam, Taiwan bubble, but what about, because I know there's a lot of people who do business between Guam and the CNMI who, obviously, that's a little difficult to do if you got to go into quarantine. But has there been any discussion at all between our governments about the possibility of some kind of travel corridor involving Guam and the NMI?
Specifically for a travel corridor, those discussions haven't been made about creating a travel corridor between CNMI and Guam. But in terms of the essential workers that are navigating between Guam and CNMI, that has been going on. That's been going on for several months already, actually. Since Guam and the CNMI has eased restrictions since the latter half of 2020. Right. So we've had essential workers being approved for a form of modified quarantine, in the sense that they have to go through the essential worker status application approval. They have to go through the screening upon arrival, the testing upon arrival. The vaccination portion, that policy continues to be worked on by CHCC in coordination with our COVID-19 task force. But yes, the discussion continues to be made in terms of just having that corridor set in terms of expanding it beyond essential workers. That hasn't been made yet.
Can you give us some idea on exactly what classes of workers are deemed essential by the NMI government?
So we just like with the Guam government, we get our guidance in terms of how we define essential workers through the Homeland Security cyber infrastructure guidance. I believe I forgot what it's called, but I remember the acronym is called CISA. And going off that, we use that as a guidance for designating which workers are essential to travel to the CNMI. For the most part, most of the essential workers that are coming to the CNMI are federal workers, or workers from the various agencies involved in the COVID response, namely FEMA, HHS, some CDC officials. We do have some officials that have come in for military projects, such as DoD, especially with the ongoing auxiliary constructions that are going on in Tinian to complement the long-term goal, which is to divert airfield on Tinian. So we have a bunch of DoD officials, some Navy Seabees that are going in and out, that are going to Tinian, so that's coming in via the essential worker status. And then as well as specific businesses that are authorized under CISA that are considered essential. So we have a lot of businessmen that have businesses here in CNMI, in Guam. So those individuals, when they go through that essential worker application process and then they get approved, they'll be able to avail that modified quarantine.
And is that an application that has to be done with every single trip that's taken, or is there anybody who gets like a blanket exemption?
No, we do it every trip. We do it every trip. through our governor's website, and then CHCC vets those applications before they arrive.
Where are you guys with the vaccination efforts?
So as of April 25th, we have vaccinated about 45.6% of our eligible population. We've ramped up vaccine rollout on Sacramento and Rhoda as well, so we look to expand those numbers within the next couple of weeks because we have a pretty big schedule of vaccine distribution the next couple of weeks.
Are you guys resuming use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or did you pause use of it?
We have paused the usage of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. We actually announced it immediately after the CDC and the FDA made the announcement. I believe we announced it first, and a couple hours later, Guam announced the pause later that evening on that day. We understand, we're monitoring the fact that the CDC and the FDA are in talks right now to initiate the continuation of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine sometime soon. But we continue to be cognizant of the fact that we are listening to the science. We're focusing in on those reports of the blood clots. And thankfully and fortunately, we haven't had any reports of blood clotting here in the CNMI. But we will continue to focus on the prioritization of the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine to get people vaccinated. And so far, that part's been working. And I think rightfully so, though, like with the Johnson & Johnson pause, just like where everyone else in the country, I don't know if it is the same. I think there was a report on Guam that said the same thing, that vaccine hesitancy went up a little bit because of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine pause. But the messaging that we've been putting out essentially has been focused on making sure that we've paused it. Pfizer and Moderna continue to be the primary vaccines here in the CNMI, and we're going to continue to do that safely until otherwise authorized to do the third vaccine by the FDA and the CDC.
Right. We had a comment here. For those who are granted essential worker status, do they still have to quarantine? I think you answered that, and pay the fee of $100 for essential and federal workers.
So they would be, it's a modified quarantine where they would be in their hotel room, not our quarantine sites, but their actual hotel room.
Right.
And then adhere to a strict policy of them only going to their work site. So let's say it's a meeting with a Commonwealth government official, like the governor's office, for example, then they would only be authorized to go from the hotel to the place of work, and then go back to their hotel until that modified quarantine period is lapses.
Kev, here on Guam, there's been a lot of debate and dissent, really, about how this $600 some million we're going to get from the American Rescue Plan is going to be divvied up and spent and given out, and what types of relief, where it's going to go, basically. And so what it's kind of led to is, there's been a couple pieces of legislation about it, but then now the governor had wrote a letter saying that she wants to sit down with our senators to kind of game plan and get their input on their priorities list on what this huge federal relief package should be spent on. Are there similar discussions happening in the NMI? And then also, like, how much are you guys getting?
Thank you for that question, Chris. And it's an excellent question because it's definitely something that we've been talking about for the last several weeks since the enactment of the American Rescue Plan. The truth is, for us, just like in Guam, the Governor Torres is also dealing with some pressure from our legislature about the spending priorities for the American Rescue Plan. But the caveat here, though, is that since the beginning of the planning phases of the American Rescue Plan for that for us, it's about a $515 million to about $560 million. pot of money for that state government allocation, the governor has reached out to the Speaker of the House, to the President of the Senate, early on in the process to gauge their priorities, to talk to the respective chambers, because the governor, again, wants to focus in on respecting the legislative process, talking to the presiding officers directly, and then having them engage those discussions. There has been legislation put in place by the House about wanting to appropriate the money locally, but then we've had the opinion of our Attorney General, our Public Auditor, and our Secretary of Finance that federal funding cannot be appropriated locally by our Commonwealth legislature. And again, it goes back to the CARES Act. In the same vein in the CARES Act, we received $36 million for our state government allocation, but then the spending plan was approved and authorized by the U.S. Department of Treasury from the governor and our Secretary of Finance submitting that plan. So we're doing that through the same way, but at the same time too, because it's a large pot of money, large pot of funding for several priorities, we're gauging the legislature's interest from early on through the presiding officers, and also even talking to the autonomous agencies as well that don't necessarily have the purview of the governor's executive branch. So we've actually had a meeting last Thursday talking to all the cabinet departments, all the autonomous agencies, in addition to these other conversations that the governor and the lieutenant governor have had with the legislature to continue setting these priorities. And so far, our spending plan, is looking good so far, and we should be able to submit. We should be able to get that plan approved by the U.S. Department of the Treasury very soon. We anticipate them coming back to us soon about the plan.
Sounds very similar to what's happening here.
Yeah, very much so. And you know, obviously, we understand the dialogue with when it comes to something like this. But at the end of the day, I think for us, like the main thing for us was we did gauge legislative opinions about spending plan early on in the process through the presiding officers, and the presiding officers have been in those meetings early on about this.
Right on. What about you guys' stimulus? Is that heading out already? The stimmy?
Yes, definitely. The stimulus checks were approved the same time that Guam was, and on that first Monday following the approval of the expenditure plan, we immediately sent out checks via direct deposit and to all three major banks here on Saipan, Tinian and Rota, Bank of Guam, FHB, and Bank of Hawaii, as well as the other local banks that we have, like Bank of Saipan and Bank Pacific. Our stimulus check rollout has been going very smoothly. Most of our direct deposits have gone out. Most of our paper checks have gone out, and so far people have been really happy. Our streets are busier, our stores are busier. I think it's a good thing to see that, given the fact that we've been hit hard economically. But I think when you started, you know, people have gotten a lot nicer over the last couple of weeks since the stimmies came out.
People have gotten a lot nicer. Okay, Kev, anything in closing you want to add? Got to run.
Yeah, I want to bring this. I know the question wasn't posed necessarily, but I wanted to just bring this discussion for viewers on Guam, just because I know that some people there was a considerable amount of interest from Guam about this particular issue that happened last week in our legislature regarding Article 12 here in the CNMI.
Right.
If you wanted to talk about that, Chris.
Yeah, we did. We did kind of talk about that. So I know that when we last spoke, you weren't really clear on what the administration's stance was on it. So, I did talk to the governor about this, as well as also following the Senate public hearing that happened last week, and
and we just want to put it out there. The governor and the administration has made it clear that land is a sacred thing here in the CNMI. We understand that out of jurisdictions in the Pacific and even native tribes in the United States, the CNMI has a very unique position as debated and negotiated in the covenant to protect its ancestral indigenous lands from foreign ownership. And that has been one of the defining features of our agreement with the United States. And for the governor, for the lieutenant governor, for the administration, we understand that land is sacred. It's a personal issue. Last week's public hearing is indicative of that passion that not only the citizens of the Commonwealth have shared, but also with the fact that the governor and lieutenant governor have shared the same sentiment too. So in terms of our administration's official position on this, we do not support the abolition of Article 12, because I know that that's kind of been discussed in certain channels.
Right.
But I think what the public hearing did show us though was that these discussions, these democratic political discussions, talking to your lawmakers, talking to your elected officials about an issue that matters to you the most, it's good for discussion. I think the discussion that we had last week, where we had a public hearing that went on through about 9 p.m. last night, 9 p.m. that evening, is indicative of the fact that people are very passionate and caring about the issue. And the administration's position is that we want to keep Article 12, but we want to be able to have a discussion where we could expand the ability for NMDs to make the choice about their land. And at the end of the day, that is that is part of why our understanding, why the Senate president who introduced the legislation put that up for discussion, is to give NMDs, Northern Marianas Descent, that opportunity to have freedom to do what they want to do with their land.
Thank you for that, Kev.
No problem. But for the governor and the lieutenant governor, as proud NMDs, no matter where they go, we know that what we have here in the CNMI is special. We know what happened in Hawaii, and we even see a little bit of it. We see a little bit of that same type of dialogue happening on Guam. In the CNMI, we have something pretty special in the sense that we were able to fully have ourselves locked in with the land.
Right. So, Kev, just for clarity, the CNMI governor's office does not support the abolition of Article 12.
Yeah, we do not support the abolition of Article 12.
Okay. Well, thank you. What a great close there, Kev. Thank you for that. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Chris, as always, man.
And have fun spending that STEMI. Got to say it with me, STEMI. Does Governor Torres say STEMI or does he say stimulus?
He says stimulus.
Okay.
He probably says STEMI to his kids, though.
Right. Kev, thanks. Appreciate it, my friend.
Just Chris.
Okay.
Thanks, Jace.
Yep. Definitely appreciate him coming on, considering the time difference there. A lot of times it is a little different for.
But I got a funny story about like this.
Okay, make it quick because we got to play Link on location.
The CNMI, when I was playing for my former volleyball club, right, there was a guy from the Navy that was stationed down at Big Navy who was playing with us, and we're like, hey, we're going up to Saipan to play in like this tournament, and he's like, oh man, I want to go, and he's like, how far away is it? We all looked at each other and we're like, oh dude, super long plane drive and everything. Yeah. So this guy came to the airport wearing like 3 sets, and we told him it's super cold over there. He had like 3 sets of sweats. He bought a John Grisham book. Half an hour later, we touched down in Saipan, and he was so pissed.
Right on. Yeah, it's cold there because it's northern Marianas Islands. They get snow. It's the North Pole of the Marianas. Okay, 9:45. Guys, link on location, dirty politics. Hope you had your breakfast already, because this is very unsettling, and we're going to actually close the show with this. So, viewers on KUAM TV, this is Link on Location, Dirty Politics. Link Fam, Facebook Live, The Breeze, thank you guys so much for jamming with us again. For Sabrina Salas Matanani, Joe Sir, Jason, we leave you now with the Link on Location, Dirty Politics. Good morning. Adios.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link live on location. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Dirty Politics for Sabrina Salas Matanani. I'm Chris Barnett, joined by our favorites at Guam EPA, of course, Glenn St. with the Solid Waste Division, and the spokesman of Guam EPA, Nick Lee, here in the Chalancoda area of Jigo. Well, the Dedito mayor says it's Jigo, and the Jigo mayor says it's land trust property, but what it definitely is a freaking wreck. Literally, look at these abandoned vehicles. I counted over 20 abandoned vehicles. This is sitting on Chamorro Land Trust property. Glenn, are we over the aquifer here?
We are definitely over the aquifer. We're definitely over the aquifer.
Right, and this is just, I mean, we've seen it all for Dirty Politics with the Link on Location, but abandoned vehicles, this is terrible. It's terrible. Let's walk down here, guys. As you can see, again, like over 20 vehicles, we got a bunch here, and it kind of looks like it was a situation where somebody put an abandoned vehicle here, then someone else saw there was one, and they thought, oh, this must be where we take abandoned vehicles.
And that's often the trend nowadays is, you start off with an illegal dump site and it gets cleaned up and they see one bag left. Then all of a sudden there's more bags left in the place because residents who don't care, they feel that that's suitable for their disposal.
All right, let's just take a walk here, guys. I mean, it might be easy for someone to say, oh, I mean, I've seen yards like this where people just got tons of cars, and you try and get them to clean it up, and they say, oh, it's for parts, but that's clearly not what's happening here, right, Glenn?
No, this is definitely an illegal dump site. Oftentimes in Chamorro Land Trust properties, there's recipients who, collect vehicles. They take what they need, and then they leave it off on the wayside for the mayors to remove on their behalf. Unfortunately, this is definitely a site that we'll be investigating to determine who is the culprits.
And so you haven't seen this site before, right?
No, I have not seen this site. I need to take a look at our database. We received some complaints in this area, and we haven't gotten out to the site yet. Oftentimes when there's junk vehicles complaints, we refer them to the mayor's office so they can register with the mayors for removal. Right. And then the mayors will prioritize, based on their needs, the removal of the waste.
But that's the totally legit process, and that process is if I have an abandoned vehicle on my property that maybe belonged to me, it's not running anymore, I can go call the mayor and they'll give me a number or whatever, and they definitely have the funds for it. But this looks like we don't know who owns these vehicles. They just got dumped here, so it's a little bit of a different situation, right?
It's an abandoned vehicle by definition, so people who register their vehicles, they pay into the abandoned vehicle fund before. Now it's called the recycling revolving fund that's used to remove abandoned vehicles, waste tires, bulky metallic waste, and the like.
And look at this, man. This has been here so long that it's growing. It's just become part of the jungle here. And I don't know, when I was growing up, the freaking jungle didn't look like this. Got a car flipped over here, a Pathfinder, an Xterra over here. There's more abandoned vehicles, as you can see, right down here. And Glenn, I mean, Swamp Road, they did a huge cleanup with Chamorro Land Trust properties last year with the dengue fever outbreak. What is it with these Chamorro Land Trust properties that makes them susceptible to illegal dumping?
Well, we drove in Cascal Road here. We were in your dust coming in. They're forgotten. You know, they should be more resources to help people who live in these areas with the basic necessities of water, power, and sewer. If they harden the road and perhaps, you know, I'm not going to blame Chamorro Land Trust. They're short-staffed just like everybody else is in the government of Guam. But they definitely need to take a look at their lease agreements and ensure that their recipients are not managing waste and not farming cars instead of what the properties are intended for use.
Right, and so those people listening, they might hear you say that, oh, well, and they are forgotten. I mean, I totally agree. Chamorro Land Trust, for too long, the lessees have been put in, you know, on the back burner. But people watching might say, well, if we pave this road, it's just going to make it easier for people to dump. And what does that have to do with the irresponsibility that we see here?
Well, everybody has a responsibility to maintain their waste. Responsible owners of junk vehicles will have it towed to a recycling facility. But, you know, not to stereotype the demographics in a lot of the Chamorro Land Trust properties, they basically have, they don't have enough resources to help them even get a decent place to live.
Yeah, I mean, let alone household garbage pickup is an issue. I can't even imagine abandoned vehicles and getting rid of those.
You're right, and I think that you know, it starts off with the household trash, and then it just magnifies into junk vehicles. And I suspect that, you know, somewhere down the road there'll be even more sites like this. And as you can see across the street here, there's also household waste. Right. So areas like this, because it's so isolated, it's forgotten, and you know, the mayors do a lot, and my hat's off to them. But I think they need resources, not so much increase in pay, but more increase in budget, operations, and maintenance on what they need to service their community.
Right, Nick, let's bring Nick Lee, Guam EPA spokesman, onto here. Just a little background on the situation, right? So this is Jigo. We know one resident who lives in this area who said that they approached the Dedito mayor. Dedito mayor said, no, that's Jigo. I want nothing to do with that. Jigo mayor said, oh, yeah, it's Jigo, but it's Chamorro Land Trust property. So we see this abandoned car and illegal dump hot potato going on. What's your comment on that?
The agency does work with the mayors and the mayor's council to ensure that there's some level of funding that will be able to address abandoned vehicles. You know, I mean, as Glenn pointed out, areas like these are isolated. They provide you know, greater opportunity for constituents to make it somebody else's problem, make these cars somebody else's problem. As funding levels increase and as you know, as the mayors get their traction with the program, I'm fairly certain that the agency will be continuing the work with them to address these vehicles, and hopefully there is going to be some demarcation, you know, as to the mayors agreeing, you know, who has responsibility for what part of the island, and it's just they're managing their expectations on how they can use that money. Yeah.
I mean, it's frustrating, man, because, you know, the mayors are in over their heads. I mean, everybody, this whole month we've been doing this link on location dirty politics. The takeaway is everybody is suffering from financial and manpower shortages that prevent us from tackling this this real, you know, epidemic of illegal dumping on the island. At what point do we kind of look at Chamorro Land Trust, which to me this is really tragic, because the Chamorro Land Trust program, I mean, we had so many people in our history fight for this program. It's a land restoration program that's supposed to make up for all the illegal land takings that happen with the federal government. It's supposed to distribute land to Chamorro and native inhabitants of Guam. And then you go into these areas where these people have this land and it looks like this. And it's just disgusting because it makes it so easy for people who aren't eligible to get the land to hate on the program.
From a policy standpoint, you know, in the past we have initiated some discussions with the Chamorro Land Trust. Glenn can elaborate on that, especially in terms of what the expectations are for leaseholders.
It should be common sense. I mean, the expectation should be don't pile friggin' 20 abandoned vehicles outside your. I mean, it's common sense, right?
Right. But I believe if there is a clearer shift in policy, it puts leaseholders on notice, and hope the hope is that they'll have second thoughts about engaging in this type of activity.
Yeah, man, Glenn. I mean, we could do all the clean up and pick up the vehicles, but again, I mean, we talked about this in the first episode of Dirty Politics. It comes down to the mindset. And when I come into these isolated properties and I look around, I just can't believe that people are okay with this.
Not everybody's okay with it. And, you're going to have volunteers come out, and they're going to come out tomorrow in full force to clean up sites like this. Unfortunately, they don't have the resources to remove the bulky, waste such as abandoned vehicles, white goods, and such. So the mayors are going to come out as well, and they're going to go ahead and, they're going to join together in this island cleanup that is happening tomorrow again.
Right. Glenn, so let's talk investigation, right? A site like this, is this relatively easy to investigate?
Not really, because, we're going to take a look at where the waste is at, and then if there's a parcel number, and it'll be easier if it wasn't Chamorro Land Trust property, but because it's Chamorro Land Trust property, Chamorro Land Trust is ultimately going to be responsible. But it's one of those things, again, it's isolated, and, as you can see, there's no development going on over here and over there, but that's where all the waste is at. So the monitoring portion of it, enforcement, is going to be very difficult in terms of finding out who the violators are. We just know that the property is owned by Chamorro Land Trust, and we've actually worked with Chamorro Land Trust land agents for inspections and compliance, mostly on the Swamp Road and Dedido areas and Jotnya areas. But this site here is, Chamorro Land Trust has a large inventory of properties, and I think maybe instead of parceling it out, they need to consolidate it, control it, develop it, and then eventually parcel it off more as it becomes available when the infrastructure is placed in. But when you have a parcel here and the next parcel is down there and another mile down there and everything in between is illegal dumping, then it just makes sense to let's just start a new slate, reconsolidate everything and reassign everything and do it right the first time.
Interesting. That's a very interesting perspective there, Glenn. So investigation-wise, when we come across, I mean, let's say this isn't Chamorro Land Trust property, it's just somewhere else, and you find an abandoned vehicle, just kind of walk us through the steps of how you investigate it. Because I'm thinking, like, do you look at the VIN or what do you do? Check the glove box first?
Yeah. So we're looking around the first with the general location, and then we go into the details, the vehicle make and model, and then license plate if there's any, the VIN number if there's any. We run those plates through Revenue and Tax Department of Motor Vehicles to find out who the last registered owner is. And based on the last registered owner, they'll be the responsible party. And oftentimes, like you said, I sold this vehicle and, I don't know who owns it now. And that was like 10 years ago. They never registered it with, motor vehicles.
Well, guys, I want to say, I wish I could say it's been fun, but it hasn't. It's actually sucked really bad meeting you guys at all these illegal dumps for Earth Month. And, we want to highlight these sites during Earth Month, but even beyond April, the work continues with Guam EPA, with the mayors, with the volunteers that clean all these areas up, right?
Yes, and we're inviting you guys out tomorrow for Earth cleanup. You can work with your municipality or your favorite nonprofit organization, or even hook up with the government agencies who are conducting the cleanups. And if not, at a minimum, clean around your homes, clean around your neighborhoods, make Guam a safer place.
For real. Nick, again, it's totally sucked this month. Hopefully we can meet in better circumstances next Earth Month. But for Glenn San Nicolas and Nick Lee here, Guam EPA, we're in the Chalancoda area of Chamorro Land Trust property, just really an abandoned car graveyard. Okay, so you guys, for Sabrina Salas Mantanani, this has been another Dirty Politics link on location. That's
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Just say what you need. Voicemail won't cut it for me. Maybe I should text you. Maybe you would come through, but that will give you all control. I need a miracle, please. My genie in a bottle took a leave. And I know that things won't change. I can't help but feel this way. My Venus and my Mars collide for you. Your recent distance gives me space, but in my head I wish you'd stay. Torn between you rising with my moon. Maybe I should linger. Maybe you should see her, but who am I to change the time? My fate lies in your bare hands. Oh, chained to the ground where you stand. Maybe I could leave you. Maybe you would see too all the promises made. Two hands will stay intertwined. But how will I know that it's mine? Still I know that things won't change. Left alone to hide my pain. My Venus and my Mars collide for you. Your recent distance gives me space. Why can't you just choose to stay? Torn between you rising with my moon and stars divide us all. How can I release myself from you? Maybe